Okay, ladies and gentlemen, excuse-moi. Today we get something quite intriguing. We're gonna build a boss killer warlock with the express purpose of dominating Torment 12 Mephisto and Torment 12 Lilith so that we can finish the seasonal journey. I think that sounds reasonably insane. And for this, we're going to be using the skill Profane Sentinel. That's at least the plan. Because Profane Sentinel has a cool ring. Now let me double check my notes. It was the Seal of Fane? I can still do it. This one here, the Seal of Ophanin. Which would allow us to potentially laser everyone. Now, will this work? Can this work? Can this not work? I mean, it's a 270% multiplier on the Sentinel, together with all the other stuff. So, realistically, it should work. Practically, we'll have to see. I mean, we can definitely use the Horizon's chain set for this as well, to just summon all the demons and get our maximum multiplier. And I think we've had something similar going on with our Abyss Rampage build. Where's my Abyss Rampage build? I could help us for this, so let's see. What do you think so far as the fastest Mephisto killer? Probably Barbarian with the Whirlwind, if you then want to play Barbarian in the Whirlwind. I'm personally not a fan, so I've never done it, right? I've never dabbled. I've heard that Annihilation, so when you're actually playing the skill here, what's it called again? When you're playing Apocalypse, that it does not feel good because Apocalypse... How do I say this now? Apocalypse makes it so that you might miss Mephisto because he's just dashing around in some weird invulnerability phase. So I've seen a lot of people express frustration, but my main goal is today to like make a build that can do the whole thing, but with a relative ease. You know, that's at least the plan. So first we gotta grind together some buffs for the actual build that we want to do, right? And then we can enjoy our build. So that's gonna be an intriguing endeavor today. Get this running, and we need to get the abyss thingies leveled because the build we want to aim for is just not going to be good for anything but boss killing, I reckon, because Profane Sentinel is not necessarily known for being a very good at crowd control or anything, right? Profane Sentinel is good for one thing: murdering stuff. Hi, Gear. Even the 93 centuries of support, Nike. Very good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. Is that the lunatic build? Yeah, this is the lunatic build that I'm currently used for farming. So this is like my farming build. I mean, actually, Tyranny's Grasp probably works better for farming, but I just had the lunatic here. My Tyranny's Grasp build did actually get better, so we might have to swap over to that one just to speed things up a bit. Because right now we just need to level up like 1-2 glyphs for this build, and then we're gonna put things together, and we're gonna have to like iterative test how far we can get the damage of the what's it called again, of the Profane Sentinel up. I mean, it's probably gonna be like a multi-step progress to really get that Profane Sentinel to insane levels. This is a lunatic build which works really good when I'm using different charm currently for new damage purposes, which is kind of interesting because before I was using the Banished Soul's Talisman, which still works for what I'm doing, but I had to swap things a little bit around to try some new stuff. Different damage schemes. I'm trying like the odiums for like you have more resource, you do more damage, and it's like per point of resource is a damage multiplier. It's not bad. Points in Holy, you can see there. We also have to craft better weapons today because we just made a video on general weapon crafting and how to get like the best weapons possible in the game. So we might have done a mistake so far on most of our transfiguring. Come on, die. Yeah, it's taking like... I think my Tyrani's Grasp would be faster for this. Probably have to like just build swap to boost the timing up a bit. Well, I don't remember how quick Tyrani's Grasp was at this point. Lost the relic, that's fine. We're just done in a second. And I do need to check like how far are my relics, my glyphs upgraded, because my glyphs are quite nicely along already for this build. Because again, we used to do an abyss build already, so I should be more or less almost maxed in that regard, which should be great because then we don't need to do so much pitting today, and we can actually kill Torment 12 Mephisto, and then we can kill Torment 12 Lilith as well, and get our other Crooksies and see like that we get maybe a mythic seal finally, right? I mean, it would be great if I could pick up one. And what I want to do is I want to finally jump into the Echoing Hatred, because I still haven't been a single time. Have you been, ladies and gentlemen, in the Echoing Hatred? I haven't unlocked. I have the Echoing Hatred run just waiting for me, but I simply just didn't want to jump in yet because I didn't feel like I had a build where I was like, yeah, this is the build I want to do Echoing Hatred with, you know? Should I play D2 or PoE 2? D4 or PoE 2? Both. Preferable you would play both. Because neither nor either or, none of the ones is perfect. And you would be better off having fun with both of these games. Definitely more than just focusing on one of them. Okay, what does my upgrade say? So, like, wait, let me check first. Oh, we gotta kill this stupid sentinel here. Wait, Khazra Abomination, but it's a boss? Oh, my upgrades. I'm like, my upgrades, ladies and gentlemen. Makes sense. So, greater attributive armament, that's insanely good. So what first skill? We got Arcfiend, Demonology, Abyss, Summon, and Greater Demon. Okay. So Demonology, attrition would be Arcfiend. So that works already, right? Yeah. Demonologist works as well, Demonology. And we have a Greater Demon Summon. Then we probably need Abyssal, Destruction Abyssal here for every Abyssal, right? And there is one that had to do with the Mastermind here. You deal increased damage with Abyss skills. Yeah, probably 2. So that's 4. And wasn't there one that also increases the damage of the Hex damage thingy? Eldritch, yeah, here. Perfect. Okay, we have them all. I mean, Mastermind is the lowest in this case, so we can upgrade this one first. But look at that. All my glyphs actually almost 100. PoE 2's new update will be nuts. Absolutely. And we can't wait for it. But until then, we can't also wait to do some really stupid fucking shit, right? I mean, I'm personally like very excited to just try more Diablo shenanigans, especially the boss killer build. So we got here, we get saved our, this is here, we're going to rename it. This is our Lunatic. And we're going to override the Abyss Rampage with the build for the Profane Sentinel. So first and foremost, I would have to get a better ring. So we need the Seal of Ophanin. But where does the Seal of Ophanin drops? I mean, preferable, I'd like to have this as a greater affixed item, right? So the Seal of Ophanin is from Varshan. Ah, that's great because I can use all my Varshan materials. Oh, sometimes you want the temper to be double G8, Mike. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to have the temper double G8, just as an FYI. I know what you're saying, but, you know, Certainly doesn't hurt. Florian, grüße gehen raus nach Berlin. Two-handed swords. Sadly, only ancestral shenanigans. Okay, so we need Varshan, but we also have like here, we have some malignant hearts. So let's just throw them in because it doesn't hurt, right? What's the worst that happens? Seal. We're in Torment 12. Should be working in Torment 12. I'm not entirely sure like if I should go for Tiny's Grasp for Torment 12 bosses or if this one should do the trick. We'll see. I've been struggling getting through the Torment tiers. I'm assuming I need to get charm sets. Yes. You need to get charm sets and you can farm them best in the Undercity because Undercity has these tributes and some of these tributes just say talisman items. I don't have one of these right now, but you probably have one. Lesser talisman items, better talisman items. So you should easily be able to get talisman items together. Paingorgers, damage. Ah, here, the overpower stacking thingy can go away. A GA Soulbrand, can't find where it drops. I think Soulbrand is one of these drops everywhere uniques, if I'm not 100% mistaken. Okay, we get summons, we get fortified, we got basic skills, two-handed. Technically, I could take another. Yeah, probably just like that. And I just get a slot free for some things, so might as well, right? Thanks a lot for the good videos explaining the expansion. Your infos are really helpful. Alright, appreciate it. And I'm just trying to spread the good gospel that everyone can have some fun. You know how it is. Last thing I want people is to just not have a good time. Yeah, okay, right decision. No, like the problem is like when you have done so many challenges already that you're unsure how much damage is enough for respective things. Like, right? I was absolutely not sure how much damage would I actually now need to really obliterate Varshan. Right? Could you stop poisoning me? Jesus Christ. Did I not bring a lair key? I forgot my lair keys in my base. Baloo, if you're playing the lunatic build like me with a metamorphosis, then you start losing HP because of the blazing scream. So the interaction between metamorphosis and blazing scream is that you burn yourself and you keep burning yourself and then burn yourself and then you burn yourself and then you burn yourself, okay? And that self-burning at some point will kill you. It's gonna take a while until that becomes like pertinent, but at some point it will kill you. Okay, we need the Seal of Ophanin as a greater affixed item and preferable, like here, this has critical strike damage multiplier. This also has critical strike damage multiplier. So we're probably gonna have to just like keep one of these and be happy about it. So that's why you're killing yourself, just as an FY. It's one mechanic that a lot of people miss when they play this build. Because, you know, why pay attention to that? Goodness Christ, the poison is just so uncalled for. What to do when I can't push pit beyond a certain point? How can I upgrade the glyphs? I mean, so, like, you just don't. I mean, let's say you're capping out on pit 120, then you're gonna upgrade your glyphs to 110 and just be happy about it. Dude, a ring with 4 greater affixes, please be the Seal of Ophanin. That'd be insane. I mean, no matter how bad it actually is, right? No matter how bad the greater affixes would be, that'd be kind of giga rad. There's no escape. Could you just explode? Are you trying to hit me? That's cute. Can't hit me. Da na 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 da na 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 na. Actually, he could hit me, chat, by the way. Where's he? I mean, seriously, where's he? There. Oh. I'm just running around and not finding him, huh? Have you considered using Hell from Below and Bloodwake unique? Hell from Below is terrible. No way how you twist and turn it. It's always terrible. Okay, I don't think that ring, it was a normal 4GA ring. And it's a terrible normal 4GA ring. But we get the ring in Ancestral. That's also not the Seal of Ophanin. We get another ring in Ancestral. That is at least the Seal of Ophanin. The problem is, it's not even a good Seal of Ophanin. So we might as well just mark this as useless. That is a Seal of Ophanin with a physical damage multiplier, which is useless as well. Jesus Christ, how terrible. When we at least get this one, so that's good. Let's try to put like the base version of the boss killer together. So we could start, you know, having a good time. That's a good shard of Arathiel, though. I mean, I don't need the shard of Arathiel, right? It's not my cup of tea necessarily. But it would be a shame to destroy a perfectly good shard. I mean, who knows what builds we're going to play down the line. Okay, we did save the build, right? Everything is fine. So let's see what we're going to do. So we're going to play the Seal of Ophanin, right? Because that's the biggest multiplier for the Profane Sentinel. Then let's actually respec mode here. And let's see what we can do. I think we're going to build it close to our Abyssal Rampage. So Abyssal Rampage was going to be very simpler. Our main skill is going to be the Profane Sentinel. We tried something similar, by the way, chat, but we didn't try it hard enough. So there's a lot we can probably do to make this better. So Profane Sentinel, a lot of ranks. Then you want to have it increase damage to single targets, because we want to build a single target Sentinel, and also deals increased damage, but blast area is reduced. Again, single target. And more importantly, the longer Sentinel is locked onto the same enemy, the stronger it becomes. The thing is, there seems to be no limit to this, right? So the Sentinel is up for 15 seconds. 15 seconds would mean 15 times 25% more damage. Am I crazy? Am I, like, does this make sense, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, it's going to be, let's say before he fizzles out, it's going to be 13 times 25. So it's another 325% multiplier. Benz, I don't think it does, to be honest. You like this more than the Boulder Bear? No, silly, the Boulder Bear is better. But, yeah, we want to, like, make a pure boss killer build right now. Okay, we get this, but we're not going to put a point into the immune because I hate this. On the other hand, we're trying to fight Mephisto, so it would probably be better to use Gloomwalker, but I'm trying to avoid. We're still going to do the Prit for the Weakened and the Fortify and the Fire Aura, because that's, like, no questions asked. Then we're going to use a seal. And since we're going to stay in shadow, I think we're going to use the Sigil of Subversion, which will make us faster, and it will... yeah, longer range. This is actually really useful. Then we have Sigil of Trails now lost Langer and Extend. We did also try Blood Ritual with Sigil of Subversion. This will hurt us, but it instantly works. Technically, you don't have to cast this. That's the interesting part, because you make the Shadow Trails automatic. I'm going to put 15 points into Metamorphosis because we want the Terror Demon. Terror Demon with making us unstoppable. We could reduce the dominance cost, though, and with damage scaling. Okay, more life, more damage. So these are our skills so far. We have Profane Sentinel. That's a one-time cast. One-time cast. Then we have the Shadow Stab. The Sigil is not even going to be plain because it makes no sense. We're going to need different shadow forms. So we're going to go Mastermind. And we're going to do the Subjugation. Look at this one, Chad. Rob, you doing the Woe and Barb? What's? It's insane. Woe and Barb is really insane, but I don't like it. Boss killer build? Yes, Unfiltered. The plan is to make a build that's only there to kill a boss. I hope you didn't think the build we played before is now the build we're going to play. And that's why you said lol. I hope you were smarter than that. So what we could also do is we could technically play our command Fallen to actually get dominance back. Because the thing is, we're going to use up all our dominance to cast our Profane Sentinel. And if we use up all our dominance to cast the Profane Sentinel, we have no dominance left. So we could go for these tiny shitters, Dominance Restoration, and Bonus Wrath is useless, and then have them do the Fallen Rush. So that's possible. We're probably going to just put 1 point in for now. Okay, something in this direction. Now this has 1, 2, 3. This leaves us 2 skills open. I wonder if we could play Epicenter. Because we're going to have demons happening. And we're going to have a lot of demons happening. And so the basic idea is if you do Umbral Chains here, and you say Umbral Chains restore Wrath, and you'd say Umbral Chains do this, and then you do the Epicenter. With this, you would essentially... Let me show you. It makes sense. Summon Lalish. A fan of the Chains Apocalypse build, Silver. No, it's not a question for a fan of that, Silver. The Chains Apocalypse is great for everything. It's not necessarily the best build just to kill bosses. The basic idea is you would summon all the dudes, right? We'd have our guys out as well. And then when we have the Sentinels, see, like, all these chains are going out. And when you do more chains, they just chain between everyone. So they would be, like, doing bonus damage while your Sentinel just lasers away. I'm pretty sure the Sentinel could do quite some significant damage. Like that. I wonder if you could increase the duration of the Sentinel. That'd be super cool if you think about it. Because technically, I don't think there's any Profane Sentinel duration, right? Defensive. No, nothing in that regard, right? It would have been really cool if I could have used that somehow. Okay, we get Demon Form, Sentinel. We technically have the space for one more skill to add to the fray. Which would technically be the Orbital Scream, because it's a greater demon summon. The plan, you want to have something... Could technically summon the Rampage Demon, because you can easily summon him. Like, it's just a one-click. You could do Sigil of Summons, actually. So the idea behind Sigil of Summons is it would instantly be a greater demon if you do the Hellworm. Or we could just summon one Wretch, but a Wretch would cost me dominance, and we need all our dominance for this. So let's say we just go for Blazing Scream, okay? Main reason is to just have another greater demon for 10 seconds so you don't have to take care of it. Because again, right now, every greater demon summon is a lot of damage. Okay. Seal of Offenen. Then we need a different two-handed weapon because, okay, this one would work, but it has physical damage multipliers, so it's actually shit. I don't even have a good two-handed weapon. Grandfather. Can I use Grandfather? Grandpappy. Grandfather. Here, we got one with all stats. Ta-da. Probably temper critical strike chance on it. Because we would need a 100% critical strike chance to really get the most out of this build. By the way, can someone jog my memory? Where do we get Scrolls of Restoration from? Because I don't remember I just have them. Was it from the pit itself? We get them from the pit itself, right? I don't have many anymore. I'm slowly running out. Am I considering that it takes like up to 20 scrolls to just get you like your perfect critical strike whatsoever shenanigans? Can we... Oh, 20 crit chance. Let's go for now. Okay, we need purple gems. Anyone else consistently out of gems? Just me or you two? I mean, it doesn't help that I have like 6 different builds or so, which is a real bummer. Okay, so we have the grandfather. Grandfather would work. We need different gloves. Preferable with crit chance. Preferable with a greater affix crit chance, to be honest. Gloves. I did have gloves with a greater affix to crit chance, and I think I destroyed them. I don't want to talk about it. There's a reason I did that. There's probably a good reason why I did that. Because I was like, I'll never need critical strike chance again. Wah, ha, ha, ha. Yeah. This has crit chance, attack speed, crit damage multiplier. I guess it could work for what we're doing right now. It had lucky hit chance. That's terrible. That was 4 ranks to Dread Claws. You had shadow damage multiplier. I mean, apart from not having crit chance, this kind of has like everything we need, right? Yeah, I guess it'll do for now. I mean, the defensive item pieces can stay the same. The helmet needs to be Air of Perdition, right? So that's not a question. And this would now have our Profane Sentinel sit at what? Damage-wise, out of interest? I mean, first... Oh, no, I'm good, Mr. Co. We're going to be grinding some stuff today. So this is going to be... We're not going to instantly have this done, right? It's going to take a while until we have everything done. Why am I still draining? Oh, because I still have the Seal of Odium. I'm an idiot. So we still have the... Here. So I'm just draining my things empty. Okay, so I would have these 3 summoned. Then you would do Blazing Screen, Lalish, have all out, and then we do our Sentinel, and our Sentinel just beams away for billions. So these billion hits are the Sentinel, I assume. Actually, you know what? We need the crit damage only, because I should have enough crit chance to see good crits. Okay, Sentinel, Chains, Lalish, these 3. That dude out. Oh, see, 200 billion. Chat, he's already doing it. Damn, really? Son? Are you okay? Did you just beam for 200 billion damage, my Sentinel man? By the way, I just noticed one thing. I'm an idiot because I forget to put my demon form in. Oops. So we can pull the Blazing Stream out for now. So it's again, wait, it's demon form on 1, 2, 3. Summon Chains, Lalish, Chains, Sentinel, Sentinel redirect. Yeah, that's the Sentinel here. Okay, Chad. Okay. I mean, this seems to be doing exactly what I wanted to do so far. Huh. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, like, this is looking quite promising from a base setup without, like, having much thought process put into it. We need a ring with crit chance preferable. We have an amulet with crit chance currently. The problem is they have, like, all damage to overpower stacks, which obviously wouldn't work right now. We got 2 crushings. That wouldn't work. You know what we could try out? And this is, like, this might be a bit crazy. But listen to me, Chad. What if we play... So, watch this. There is something called the Aspect of Fathomless Dark. That does 80% damage of your shadow damage resistance. Now, the thing is that my shadow damage resistance is like 70%, so 80% of that wouldn't be a lot, right? So 80 of 70. I mean, 80 of 90 would be better. What do we have? I mean, we could technically go for Abyss. So you have this here. This says 80% damage enemies who have not hit you in the last 2 seconds. And since the goal is to always stay in shadow form, that would also work. How do people do millions? It's mostly the charms here. Does this have potential? Sir, I'm not even playing a unique charm right now. I'm missing half the items for this build. So we're, again, iterative process, step by step. And we're already sitting at the easy hundreds of billions of damage. Summon that. Free beam. That stacking damage is like my eye gazer just going for like his super eye gazer damage. Yeah, I see he's 200 billion. Now the goal is obviously to make every hit that he does go into the trillions. That would be the goal. We need our amulet to have Hellbent Commander. And we probably need more Shadow Form stacks, because right now we have like this one here, Arcfiend Abyss, and it says Demonologies per 1000 HP more damage. So we have a lot of life. We need to change our Paragon board. I mean, what I would like to see is with that 200 billion, if I just laser a Varsh, how much damage would this do for now? Out of interest. We need to finish like the Paragon first before this makes any sense, but I just want to see it. Right, we still have the Paragon board of the Lunatic build, just for you to understand. So we're far away from actual like functioning, but I just like to do this step by step. Haven't seen Profane get any love yet. I tried Profane before, and I didn't like. I know more now, if that makes sense. Right, I tried it before, and it didn't work the way I wanted it to work. But now that I know more, I'd like to see. Okay, so without the Paragon board and everything, we're reasonable. Yeah, we're hitting him like there are hits, but the hits are not sufficient. Like they're not amazing enough yet. We're gonna make these hits hit for multiple trillion. I mean, it could kill a boss yet already, but not like, you know, to the point we want to. Oh, there's 300 billion. That's new. That is the highest damage we've seen so far, Chad. So we're gonna put on the unique now, because there's I can kill boss with this, but it's not like boss killer enough, right? Yeah, I mean, like for being the absolute base version without like all the multipliers multiplying, I can't be mad. Nah, definitely not. Now let's scale the damage into Oblivion, okay? Okay, let's open this up still. Oh, Belial, no, Belial! I'm not ready. I'm just here for vacation purposes. Man, this is bad. I wasn't like, this is just a test, sir. We're not actually interested in fighting. There's no escape. Man might be teleporting a bit much around for my liking. Don't forget to actually redirect the beam of your sentinel, right? Because your sentinel actually does beam in one direction. Right, and if you're not redirecting him, then he's not beaming in that direction. Let's get all the chains running. I think the chains are providing like some good billions of bonus damage. So I like the idea of adding the chains to this. even though, like, they might be bonus damage, but I guess if we wanted to have maximum Sentinel damage, we should probably go for the Sentinel. Because we should go for a Greater Demon. Because right now the chains would break me out of Shadow form. You know? Okay, let's put on the main star of the show. And that thing is called the Abyss Skill Amulet thingy. What was it? The Night Terror. Because it says your skills increase damage for each stack of Shadow form. This bonus is increased by 100% while you're stealth. Okay, sounds good, is good. Problem is, I need this one in Ancestral because I need it as a charm. So we're going to have to take this little bad boy here and turn it into a charm because using it as an actual amulet would be bad. Therefore, you get turned. What can I sacrifice here? We got Dirge of Odium, Charm, but unique. Okay, so I don't need the Anathema. No, I do need the Anathema of Primes. Okay, what is this? Wendigo Brand, Butcher's Cleaver, and Tacit. We'll take our good Night Terror. And we're going to turn this now into a charm. 5%, right in the middle. Not happy. Okay, this one has occult skills, demonology, demonology, demonology. This is not an occult skill, so the only thing we would have to re-roll is a fur. I got a phoba. Actually, demonology is also, this is also demonology, right? So I only have to actually get a better fur. That's crazy how useful my choices have been so far. Good. So now with that amulet, you can imagine that we're adding quite some damage to this because now your Abyss skills have 5% more damage per stack of Shadow form. We have 6 stacks of Shadow form, so that works really good. Let's actually kick out the chains for a sec. So we could go for this one to just have the best multiplier happening, right? Again, we're just looking to multiply up our damage of the... Okay. Oh, Belial is still there? I thought he vanishes after... Oops. Tony just mucking around. See, 333, 773. Like, you notice that the damage has gone up, Chad? So now we're in a 300 billion range with this. 400 billion. So we're almost in the trillion range already. And we haven't even redone our Paragon board, right? Oh, we're going places, Chad. We're going places. Slow and steady. Okay. It's interesting that attack speed wouldn't do anything for this because I don't think that the Profane Sentinel would attack much faster if we would have attack speed. Shadow damage and vuln damage multiplier. That's good because right now mine has only crit damage multiplier. So shadow and vuln is better than just one crit, in case you didn't know this. This has crit chance, but no multiplier. And this one doesn't have a multiplier as well. Crit chance was greater. Let's kick them all out. So, let's redo the Paragon board. An upgrade for the Infernal Breath. Could you please spare me some in your wisdom of teach me what it does? What upgrade to Infernal Breath? Buck. Ask precise questions, get precise answers. Surprise me. We're gonna do willpower here. So, Demonologist, for example. Lesser Demon Volatility on the Infernal Breath. Casting Infernal Breath infuses your Lesser Demon skills to grant 1 second of volatility per hit for 5 seconds. if you use Lesser Demon Volatility and you, for example, have the Command Fallen active, then each hit of the Command Fallen will give you Volatility. And Volatility random empowers a Hellfire skill. Yeah. That's how it works. So you technically have those 3 Fallens hit consistently, or you would use Bombardment, for example, to throw Lesser Demons, to then get stacks of Volatility to go like... That's kind of like how I would look at this. Right? Yeah. Okay, we are wanting to get as much damage as possible, right? You get increased damage after casting a sigil skill. I would have to use a sigil skill then, so that's kind of bad. We have greater hex. We have Overmind, but Overmind is not the best. Pyrosis, while in demon form. That one wouldn't also work. Demonic Speculation. So for Fathomless, each demon you've summoned in the last 6 seconds increases your damage. We don't summon demons, so that one wouldn't work. So we have to already give up on the 105%. Demonic Speculation says damaging enemies with demonology skills. I guess that's the, like, yeah, we could get Speculise up. The cooldown of Speculise would actually be really good. Yeah. It's also a 115 willpower board. You can check that in planners, by the way, in case you never knew this. Kind of shows you how much willpower a skill provides, or how much willpower a board would provide, to then decide if it's like worth it to invest in said board or not. Abyssal. So this is going to boost Abyss skills.
Thank you.
We're getting all the life nodes. Life is damage. So the more life we have, the more damage we deal. Really worth it. Okay, where do I leave this board now? So this would be 5 to leave the board, but to no effect. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 also to leave the board. So it's always 5 to leave the board. And we might as well go out here and take the 3 willpower stack. But if I use this, I have to play ritual. I have to play a sigil skill, right? I wonder if that's even worth it, because we could do Dominion. Dominion says spending dominance to summon a demon reduces RAS cost of your demonology skills by 50, increases all of your damage by 80% for 12 seconds. The issue I have with that skill is very simple. Because if we use this one, then we're having a 3-second overlap where we don't do max damage. Because the Profane Sentinel lasts for 15 seconds, right? So if I spend the dominance once, then we have 3 seconds damage overlap window where it doesn't work. Yeah. Brings us to the question if it would be better to not use something else, right? Huh. But tricky. I mean, let's be fair. We're going to play the Greater Hex board because Greater Hex is a simple one, right? Greater Hex has a lot of max life in it. It's like actually an insane board in that regard. Also, if we do have the Greater Hex board, and this is important, you get this one here. This one is called Hex Damage Bonus. So we make our actual Hex stronger, which is quite insane. So you want this. The problem with the Greater Hex board is it's only a 90... No, wait. Greater Hex is a 90 willpower board. So in the 90 willpower board, we would want to put... Well, we got Mastermind, Eldritch Sight still. Could do Attrition. Do Arcfiend. Let's do... The thing is, attrition always works, while Arcfiend never... Like, Arcfiend sometimes works. It doesn't matter which one we're putting in. We anyways have to take the willpower. So that's that, right? No matter what we put in, it's a willpower investment here. So it might be attrition, might be Arcfiend. So, what then? I mean, Dominion is out, because Dominion, I hate that 3 seconds overlap. That sucks. But Chaos can't work because we don't have occult skills, which means Ritualism is in, but then we have to play, then we actually have to play a Sigil, which kind of sucks. Overmind would be for Abyss skills. Okay, if I play Ritualism, we have to play Sigil of Summoning. And I'm gonna hate it. Okay, Chad, I say it here. I'm going to hate it, and I'm going to be unhappy, and it stings, and it's a super poopy poop. Okay, you listen to me. Super poopy Mac poop face poop. Well, the good thing about this board is the amount of defense it actually provides as well. Poopy face Mac poop. This one is useless. Damage per overpower stack, because we're not going to do overpower stacks. And the volatility damage bonus is also useless. Which is like why this board actually annoys me, right? Since we're going to take a board that does like nothing for us per se, just to get like the bonus for this sigil. But we get like nothing out of it. So kind of awkward. I guess Hex damage bonus. Okay, I'm not going to be terrible at Hex damage bonus. Would Rampage be able to work with the Abyss upgrade? So, Cod King, technically Rampage works with the Abyss upgrade. Because you would every 10 seconds just summon the Rampage Demon. The thing is, we want to make this as easy to play as possible. So the advantage of the Blazing Scream is that you have a timer on the Blazing Scream that you can easily see, which means you're going to activate it just like this, right? And it just runs. And you're going to summon the demons. Okay, that's good. Then we're going to go demon form. We're going to summon our triple stack here of Command Fallen. And then we're just going to use the Profane Sentinel. So this one's about to run out. We channel it again. Then we summon the other dudes, right? But our Profane Sentinel is just beaming away here for a lot of damage. Then we refresh it again so it keeps up. We have the other ones going. Well, we're just like chilling here, right? So we're just in stealth. Everything is fine. Then we summon the other dude again. And everything is cool, right? So that's kind of like the idea behind it. But we probably have to remove the Blazing Scream to either add the Sigil of Subversion or to play the thingy. Because now with the Paragon board, if I add the Sigil of Subversion, we'd be sitting at like do this, then use the Sigil, then use the Demon form, and then have him blaze off, right? So, and boom, we're sitting here at suddenly 400 billion. So we hadn't seen that, no, 600 billion, chat. Look at that. Do Lalish, 800 billion. So we're almost at 1 trillion damage just from our eye-beaming bastard here, right? So that's pretty like amazing, right? So there was 1 trillion damage actually, I think. I'm not completely mistaken. So it makes sense, doesn't it? Custiv, we know that we can click Paragon forward, but can I just click every node one at a time? Thank you. It's about the vibes, sir. Overmind would give us damage in shadow form. It would give us vulnerable damage. Pyrosis wouldn't work. Dynamism wouldn't work at all. Fathomless. I don't summon enough demons for Fathomless. The only one I have left is Dominion, and that sucks, and it kind of makes me really unhappy, because how can it be that Fathomless is the only one I have left? Chan. Tell me. Unhappy galore. I guess the advantage of Fathomless is 4 max dominance, 4 max dominance. And then you would get more max dominance and more max dominance. So why are these so important? Reason, you want the more dominance because dominance in this case, for every point of dominance I have, I do multiplicative more damage with my soul shard. Okay. That's kind of how it works. Let's go here and let's save this as the override. Rename. And this is the Sentinel. Okay. Slow and steady. Oh, we still have the wrong aspect here on this ring. So we need a different ring. Banana phone. Sorry, chat. But I'm just have like a complete weird ass ring on that doesn't make any sense. So let's craft one. That's crit chance. I can work with that. Right? Yeah, I mean, that seems... Yeah. If I... Okay, let's be a bit greedy. I'm gonna lock the crit chance. Looks a bit weird, but that's how you do it. Then we're gonna remove the others. Get myself my materials because I prepared for this. Yeah, they're wandering from character to character, chat. What can I say? Then we get this beautiful ring. We're going to add an affix, and it's only going to be offensive affixes, obviously, because we now need multipliers, right? Preferable, I get like a crit damage multiplier. So willpower is terrible, so we're just going to remove this. Yep, doesn't matter. Goes away. Willpower. Are you really just going to give me now willpower 20 times over? I know there are other affixes, so this is a shadow damage multiplier, for example. It's a very low one, especially like 7. I don't like that. So I can remove it again until I get like something reasonable here right now. Shadow damage aid. Come on, like we're trying to make physical 7. What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, clown show? Physical damage 10. I don't need physical, which is the harsh part about this, right? Willpower again. Jesus. I wish there was a way to like easier add these. So if these prisons were like listed here and I could just click them, you know what I mean? So why do they have to be here on the right side of my inventory? Why can't they just be on the left side? Crit damage multiplier 19 out of 25. Okay, let's take that one. Then we get a fizz damage. That's bad. So we're going to have to remove both again. Or at least one. Yeah, both again. Fire damage. Terrible. This is gonna take a bit, chat. I'm sorry. Trying. Oh, fizz damage. I'm gonna run out of like offensive here tuning prisms in time. Damage over time multiplier. Jesus. Dude, does Pony read YouTube chat? No, we don't read YouTube chat. Okay, that's crit damage multiplier and shadow damage multiplier. It's low, but I'll have to live with this right now, okay? Before we roll like 400 billion times and get frustrated and start yelling at the screen. We don't want to start yelling at the screen. We're happy. We're going to take this one here. It's crit chance. It has everything. It's kind of nifty. I like it. I mean, optimally, I now still... So if I wanted to make this ring perfect, right? We would actually... Let's put it on. We would keep removing the core stat. And we would keep adding the... like until we have, for example, attack speed. Because attack speed should be working still for our Profane Sentinel to make him like hit somewhat faster. So that would be like the ultimate bet here to make this like the real deal super kicker item. But I'm actually not sure. Like he should be able to put attack speed on, right? Resistance. Yeah, he should be able to put attack speed on if I'm not completely mistaken. So technically that would be the final step of the puzzle. Oh, wrong ring. That would be the final step of the puzzle. But who knows how long that's going to take. Why are we not re-rolling the stat thingy? Because it doesn't work. I mean, I could chaotic re-roll it, but then it could give me like something really stupid. So that's that. Okay, we're gonna just keep it. Then we're gonna temper on. In this case, I probably have to temper on crit damage multiplier. Because we're gonna try to crit like as much as possible. So probably have to go for that. Let's try to get that maxed. I'm gonna be happy with 50 for now because we don't have these scrolls to reroll stuff. Okay, that's a better ring than we've had before. And I can play another aspect. So what are we gonna play? We got this one. We got Abyss skills. We currently have while we're fortified. I can play Hellbound Commander, actually. So that would be Hellbound Commander. For now. How much crit are we sitting at? We're currently at 60% crit chance. That's quite nifty, but not enough, right? We need some more. Because ultimately, you would have a 100% crit chance to really get the most out of it. A nice little shadow damage multiplier. So this brings us up to 61.7. Let's go back to our Malignant Barrow. We're going to keep like using Marshawn as a tester here. What's the reason for minimum max health with Melted Heart of Selig? Because your max health is now your resource pool. So you're laying off your health scaler or your defense into your resource pool, and you just make sure that your resource pool is always full, because it's going to soak up the damage. Okay. Lawless, Sigil of Subversion, 1, 2, 3, and now get the dude out. Okay, look at trillions, chat, 2 trillion. So the scaling is working, right? Wait, we killed him. That's it. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, when the pieces are finally clicking together, huh? And we're still not at the end of what we can do with this. Oh, Belial. Okay, Lalish, 1, 2, 3, subjugation. Sentinel out, Sentinel in. Okay, demon form, because that is a... Oh, 4 trillion, 5 trillion. Yeah, slow and steady. Slow and steady. I love it when a plan comes together and shit starts working, right, Chad? Okay, Seal of Offenen. That has crit chance and fire damage, useless. This one has resource cost reduction, and this has crit chance and fire damage multiplier, and attack speed. Well, it has attack speed and crit chance. That's pretty good. Because this one only has a crit damage multiplier. Maybe we should take that Seal of Offenen here. This one does have nothing. This has crit and and oh, my days, ladies and gentlemen. Crit chance, crit multiplier, and vulnerable. I mean, it's only an 850 item, but yeah, this has it all. Has it all. Mortis, you gave Profane Sentinel a try too. How does it feel? I mean, we're only trying this for boss killing, but like it's like literally the only plan, only for boss killing. I don't want to do nothing else with this. Throw these away. Okay. We're gonna temper on the crit damage as well. And then we're gonna masterwork it. Oh, critical strike damage. Okay, so this brings us now crit chance up to already 70%. Nice. Nice. Okay. I wonder if we should, on our amulet, start... Like, the problem is I can't change my amulet right now, okay? So it has to stay the way it is. So we need to stay in shadows. So we can't play non-shadow skills, right? And I have to play the Sigil of Subversion, Command Lalish. We could get rid of the command fallen, but I'm not sure if we're restoring enough dominance without the command fallen. Problem rather is, where do we put our skill points in? Because I don't need skill points here in the Sigil of Subversion, so that doesn't make sense. I don't need skill points in Metamorphosis. I don't need skill points in Nether Step. I mean, I guess Nether Step could make us a bit more zoomy. More points in Dark Prison doesn't do anything. I guess more points in these dudes as we have them out, so passive DPS gain. Rapidia multi-turret sentinel. Yeah, I'm really don't want to pit with this at all, right? This is just, I want to kill Mephisto with this. Okay, let's get a boss. Boss. Okay, we're gonna go Shadow Form, Command Lawless, Sigil, 1, 2, 3 dudes, Demon. Trillion, chat. Instant trillion hit. 2 trillion. 3 trillion. 4 trillion. Okay. One is working. Ultimately, we would need more. Use Skull Recast and use Unique Charm with Crown of Lucian for 90% more damage. Currently, we're using the Night Terror, which is 5% increased damage for each stack of Shadow Form. It's doubled, so it's 10% more damage for each stack of Shadow Form. And we're having 6 stacks of Shadow Form. Could use, as you say, also the recast with Crown of Lucian, but it might like just ruin our Wrath because we have no Wrath generator. So we have to play the Sigil, right? We have to play the Sigil. We have to play the Demon Form. The only thing we could get rid of is the Nether Step, but that's like that's our skill to survive any kind of nuisance. Because that's important, right? You don't want to... So Torment 12, Belial chat. He's just being sent. Yeah. That's pretty good. Still not happy. There could be more. Okay, what do I need in better upgraded now? I mean, I have a Pans with Command Fallen. That's obviously useless. Could I play T-Bolt's Will? That's a good question. I'm unstoppable, right? Hold on. Doesn't Shadow Form make you permanent unstoppable? Metamorphosis makes you... Oh, Eric, we're doing trillions with the laser beam already. So that one is set in stone. The trillion dealer. I wonder if we want to play Tyrell's Might as well. So we get this item here, T-Bolt's Will, T-Bolt's Will. All right, this would be another 19% damage, just like that. No consequences, nothing, just have it. If you only for bosses, you have this Dirk Dagger on Unique Charm. You mean the one that drops from Mephisto, the Rustbitten? That Spirit Regeneration is useless. And the Resolve stacks are useless, but the maximum life works. Rest, is it rest bidden? Here, this one, right? Could probably. Can you turn this into a charm? Oh, you can. Oh. Made me surprised. You can actually turn this into a... Oh. Oh. Might be worth to consider. Because, man, we're mostly going to use it against single targets. You're not wrong. You know? Your consideration is valid.
This should be interesting. Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
To share mythic key for you and Chad. We're right now not running Jace, so you could share one with a Chad, but we're right now just fucking around and finding out things, right? I got my first mythic seal. Wasn't the set bonus one, Gabriel? Don't worry, there's probably builds you can use this for. Summon Lalish.
End of hatred. Turn to hatred. You shall return.
2 trillion head.
Are you not tired of lying to
Thing is, I don't actually have to stand close to him, right?
these people?
So, like, I just obviously just waltz into him, but I could probably just stand AFK to the side. I'm not entirely sure why I'm running around. There's, like, no reason why I'm running around. I could just stand on the side and just do nothing. By the way, we're missing vulnerable. I need to actually put a rune combo on for vulnerable. See? I could just stand AFK here. Okay. Have him summon on me. The thing is that you're permanently invisible when you're in shadow form, metamorphosis, which like takes care of not having to do things. The whole stick would be that we obviously don't have to fight. Jesus Christ. That we don't actually have to fight him. Right? I gotta use my shadow thingies here. I'm so used to playing the druid right now because my druid doesn't have a movement skill. Oh, I summoned it too early. Didn't get all my ramp in first. No, we just played druid the past days where we had like 0 damage reduction as zero like movement skills. I mean, part of the damage is already like working, right? But we want more. So like this would work. And I have to get way more. And my druid actually did more damage right now against him, which is intriguing. The trillions are rolling in though. And we need to get that up though to double-digit trillions, or it wouldn't work. Whee! When the best part is, no matter what I do, we're at least doing peak damage, right? Because I can just YOLO around the level. Right, I can back and forth. I can drop dead and down, and we'll always be doing peak damage because of the Sentinel, right? So the Sentinel is always peak. I just have to like maintain his buffs, yeah, obviously, right? But it's not like due to me running around, the Sentinel will do any less. Like, right? He's just gonna keep lasering, no matter what happens. But we obviously need to just now juice this up further. Just from the grand scheme of things. Okay, let's see what can we do to make this even more efficient. Oh, a utility skill. I'm an idiot, Chan. I'm an absolute idiot. We need other boots, and those boots are gonna get a utility skill, because I forget that the shadow form stacks is actually a utility skill. Because that would work together very well with Night Terror as well, because we can get 10 stacks, which also is the same damage as like the Respite and Dirk does, right? And would actually be more if the Night Terror was higher. Can you, by the way, reroll the power of unique charms? I've never checked. You can't. So where were we stuck? Boots. Boots. I most likely not have a pair of boots just lying around, do I? Three to occult skills. Intriguing. I have the most random shit in my box of riches, that's for sure. So let's actually play these here, because they'll do. But what we're going to temper on them
Mainlander, what do you seek?
is shadow. Because you have like this one here, the aspect of deeper shadows. And if you play the aspect of deeper shadows, when you're in your metamorphosis, so we're gonna Lalish, right? 1, 2, 3. Some of the other dudes. Then you're gonna do this, command Lalish, and then you're gonna summon the Sentinel, and now you can have 12 stacks of Shadow Form, which is obviously better than not having 12 stacks of Shadow Form. And suddenly he's doing like even more trillions of damage. However, I managed to get hit there. Yeah. There's 6 trillion damage hit from the Profane Sentinel. Okay, 6 trillion is the highest. 6.7 trillion is the highest we've seen so far. But it needs to be double-digit trillions. So how would we now get to double-digit trillions? I mean, first and foremost, in order to survive, we would have to probably just play Tyrells too. Where's Ty? Tyra. Because it's damage reduction, its movement speed, its resistance to all elements, right? It makes no sense to not play Ties. And you know what we could do, which is a bit crazy, but we could swap this to Aspect of Calamity to just have 100% crit right now.
May you find your way back.
And with the Druid already, well, my Druid does like 30 trillion damage, like a lot. And is demoning around, so Druid is in a very happy state of happiness, my friend. It's not that we're done with the Druid, it's that we just want to experiment more with more. You know, we want to try out more things. It's never about being done, it's about just trying out stuff. Whee! Demon form so he doesn't break me. Sigil that, 1, 2, 3. Profane Sentinel and go. Let's see, that is trillion. Aha. So this leads to me having 100% crit, right? Not bad. I mean, having six of these is kind of useful. We need a better amulet. We need a different amulet. But I do not have a different amulet, right? It's one of the things I haven't gotten in a while. This one has life. This one has everything, but nothing I want, right? I'd have to reroll all things off. Play a Night Terror as like a thingy, but that feels bad. The shadow damage multiplier. I guess I could work with that. I have to... The problem is I could only reroll the cooldown reduction into maybe another multiplier, right? Multiplier. I mean, I'd have to reroll this until I get the critical strike damage multiplier. Otherwise, we wouldn't be happy, but that's going to bankrupt me. Oh, damn, that's so low. 33 out of 50 just feels like terrible, right? But then again, I don't want to be a broke boy right now. Okay, that's 45. That's 45, we'll take it. Because with this, I have now the Hellbang Commander here on the amulet, because that is more damage. This Hellbang Commander on the amulet is 105. And then on this amulet, I could play either the Crushing... or we could add back the Insidious aspect, even though I don't feel like the Insidious aspect right now. Because like it requires me to actually not take damage, and we can like always take damage. So that's that. We can pop in another. I have like terrible diamonds right now.
Good luck, mainlander.
Step up to my anvil.
We're gonna upgrade it.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from scores.
Okay. I like how much Opticide we're having this season around, because we're really not ever in the issue of like, oh no, what if we run out of Opticide, right? That's not happening. And we can actually transfigure this, Chad, just once in a while. I haven't transfigured with Kalian Prisms in a while. So over for each Wrath you gain, no. This one is, by the way, getting fixed, Chad. It's extremely good. So we're going to have like max rolls happening here. Increases lucky hit chance. What do I want with lucky hit chance? Hexed enemies are slowed for seconds when they make them become vulnerable. Nah. Next enemies that try to attack, you have a chance to be knocked down. Does Warlock even have like a single good thingy here? Like maximum shadow form stacks is 2 more, but that wouldn't. Would that work on top of the actual shadow form stacks I have? Despite having this, Chad? Does that work? Right? We'll see. Fury, thank you very much for your Prime subscription and support. Fury, good to see you there. High risk as well. Affix, Dankeschön, all of you. Happy to see you back. Also, what is better for bossing? Dreadclaws or Woody Joe Lunatic build for bossing? Sir, you're asking not the creator of the build. Which build is better for bossing? Does that make sense to you? Maybe you should ask said creator who made said builds? Yeah, it works, Chad. That's crazy. Huh. Interesting. What happens if you take this out for a stroll? So what if I go into the pit with this, just out of interest? I mean, this is meant for bossing, right? But again, what if I take this out to the pit? Instead of narrow blast, we go for profane, for white beam, right? And then we're gonna pit 110. I mean, trillions of damage is trillions of damage. That kind of works. I guess it would be easier if I had the like take demon with me shadow thingy, but if you take actually okay, so the profane sentinel has infinite range, Chad. I can just summon him here, and then he just beams things. See, like I want him to beam this, and he just beams that. Okay. I mean, it's definitely not the most efficient strategy under the moon, but hey, it does work. Especially if you want to like just laser elites, I guess. What if we had like an item to pull enemies together? I could see this like being efficient because you would just pull them all together and then have them just like laser beam this. I mean, definitely like you see here why this is not a pit rushing build, right? I guess if you wanted to rush through the pit, you would have to go for the multi-sentinel skill. Would that even work? Let's see. I mean, if you really wanted to stick with a theme, right? Yeah, I mean, this makes it more active, being able to just summon the dudes on top of their heads. They do like so much less damage than the super sentinel. But I guess at least we can summon them right on top of their noggin. Yeah, I mean, it would be terrible, right? Maybe I wouldn't use this. Wait, like, so maybe I wouldn't use this for the pit, but what if I wanted to, if I wanted to use this here for the Helltine. Tributes for Undercity from pit runs. Mythic Seal before killing Mephisto. I mean, from Torment 10 on, Mythic Seals can literally drop everywhere. I think they can even drop early everywhere. They're just rare. The easiest way to get the seals would probably be Echoing Hatred. I don't even know what hit me there and killed me. Right? Okay, with multi-sentinels, the biggest problem would be summoning them with the dominant stick. Because right now I have this that summons my multi-sentinels, but it uses up all my dominance to juice their damage. And that wouldn't actually work, right? Because we're just summoning too many sentinels to have their damage juiced up fully. So it's nice that you can summon multiple, but you would always need full dominance to really get the most out of your sentinels, right? Rogue viable endgame. Well, Rogue used to be the absolute fastest pit finisher. I'm not sure where we're sitting right now at, if that is still the case or if Rogue is actually broken or not. So I can actually not tell you which usefulness Rogue has currently. I mean, it would kind of work, but we would really have to, like, you know, you would have to sacrifice your helmet and play the Godslayer. Right? I mean, if you wanted to use this for anything but boss killing. Just trying to think about, like, ways to possibly use this outside. Collection of keys. The collection of keys has gotten me mythical tributes, Chad. And the collection of keys has gotten me a access to Mephisto recently. Yeah. Crazy, right? $27, Chad. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 that work like this. And then we have a fur. So I need to re-roll until I have a proper fur now, because I want to have the most damage that we can have here. Oh, I thought I had like a lot of talisman re-roll powder, but I forgot I used it all for my other builds, right? Eight minutes to what, boss? We'll be there, don't worry. Okay, let's kill a few more Varshans right now, because Varshan, we might just get Belial mats. How's the expansion? Where's the money? Absolutely. I mean, I've played nonstop since the expansion was released, and it's been nothing but a joy. I've been always having, like, it's been just great. Especially trying to make all these different builds work is really fun. Who would have guessed? So like how Varshan just gets destroyed, Chan. By one single profane sentinel. Okay, very good, very good, very good. A Fire Warlock. We do have to also make the actual Annihilation Warlock, but this one was just way more fun to make right now. But imagine your Profane Sentinel just being an absolute demon. Well, we're missing 8% damage here, but we're like, again, double trillions. Double-digit trillions needed. Or sadness. I wonder if we could make a better two-handed weapon than what we have there right now. Chat. Right? I mean, you have the grandfather with a crit damage multiplier, but if I get a shadow damage multiplier / crit damage multiplier mixed weapon, could we make something better potentially? Right? The Druid Bear Oracle in PvE2 is fire, isn't it, Jacob?
Taken apart.
Not sure if we're actually going to start Druid again with a new expansion. Could be fun.
That's it for that piece.
There's for Overpower stack. That one needs to have a different temper, but it's actually no. We can change the temper to good damage as well. Oh god, we're out of temper scrolls. Chat. Out of temper scrolls. One, two, three. Lawless, Sigil, Shadow Form. Beautiful. I wonder if my crit is enough. So we get like here, we have 60% crit chance, right? If I would need to get like, I mean, we have this to just boost it to max. A ring with 2 greater affixes, you say? With physical damage and cooldown reduction? My Air of Petition could probably have the, instead of maximum resolve stacks, be rerolled into something else. But my Air of Petition is needed for a certain build, right? Duncan, thank you for the gifted sub. Duncan, very good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. Necro video, how you make them vulnerable without using corpse tendrils. On my Necro video, I have the souls. The aspect of a cursed touch, where enemies with vampire curse are vulnerable. That's what I'm playing on my amulet as a transfiguring. I kind of forgot to put that in the video, or at least mention it verbally. So we sadly get to the point where, yeah, surprise. Let's jump over to Mom. Because we tested how much damage we would be doing against Mephisto, but how much is it against Lilith? Generating overpower. You generate overpower by getting too much resource. There's an aspect for that. It's really quality. Oh, Lilith just hits me. Lilith just hits me. Wait, doesn't Command Lalish make him vulnerable? Then I don't need my doggies. I thought I need the doggies, but we can actually kick the doggies out then. Which is a good thing. Because I could play the Queer Rune for Barium. You know? Chat, she just stands there. We're stronger. She has no chance. She gave up already. You knew I'm the superior gamer. Yeah. frozen in fear from the mighty Ponyhoff. Lady, you don't stand it. I am the chosen one. Oh. Barely survived there. Oh, I did that too early. Oh, how in the lava phasing did I phase through that? Someone explain. Because it didn't phase me at all. She's dead? There's another consistent way to get vulnerable. Yeah, but I have Lalish. It's a safe source of vulnerable. I need a single target vulnerable, right? So I don't need more. Oh, that would kill me, that one. Okay, so damage-wise, we're good, but I need more damage to make the fight shorter. And also, I do believe we should play the Queer rune. Because it would have me consistently bury it up. Now, the question is, what will we trigger the Queer rune with? What will we trigger it with? Alright, first gotta find Quay. My druid. Druid man who doesn't have pants on. Chat, please don't look at my druid. He's not an exhibitionist. He just doesn't no pants, gang, okay? Pants, gang. Okay, what do we got here, rune-wise? We got Igni. It could probably be Igni for Quay, because if I use Igni, it's going to store up offering, and then boom, Quay, boom, Quay, boom, Quay. Because whatever I use, it's going to work, most likely, right? No pants Saturday on a Sunday? Oh, I mean, bold choice there, Cotton, but it is what it is, right? Bold choice, Cotton. So you mean the overwhelming aspect? This one. Oh, shit. Oh. That says, each hit against elite enemies deals increased damage, consumes 4 stacks of overpower. No stacks are consumed if the enemy is hexed, which he always is. In order to create these stacks of overpower, you would simply need the aspect of malevolence, because it says you gain 10 for each 10 wrath that you gain while maximum wrath, you would get an overpower stack. So the easy way to do this is you would put the aspect of malevolence, which is actually a utility aspect, on your chest, but then you couldn't be playing T-Bald's Will. So we probably have to play it on a pants then, because like we would have to get this one, and then we need a different pants. Pants, pibbity, pants, gang. I need a pants. Something that's good. Something that's not what I have there. Pants. Yeah, that one will do, because it has malevolence on it already. Ta-da. So then we need the rune combo that we talked about earlier. Boom. That is Igni with a Quay together. Then you change the aspect of the greater hacks over to at least that for now. Overwhelming. Right? We get 6 hot charms. You just combine 3 charms into 1, 3 charms into 1, 3 charms into 1 until you have 1. They're not that rare. They're somewhat rare, but not that rare. So what happens right now here is that we're going to summon these 3 dudes, right? And they're going to pretty much create like Wrath over Wrath, and see I have Overpower stacks. And suddenly I can do for this, that, here, there, and then my Overpower stacks are going to be consistently there, right? While we're getting this like huge damage bonus from the overwhelming aspect. And then we just gotta make sure that this is like kind of keeps cooking, but you get your I-beam just I-beaming, right? So yeah, that's how that would kind of work. Now we can see if that does now more damage versus mommy. Right? I mean, we did good damage versus her, but technically this combination should do more damage. Also, not to forget that doing this will get you the damage per overpower stacks, which is a good stacker anyways. Would you get mad damage if you get more overpower stacks? No. So the aspect sets you need at least 4 to get the damage bonus, and if the enemy's hexed, then the bonus keeps persisting, right? The basic skill build, the basic skill build is probably one of my favorite things that we did. Shout out to Voody for making us aware of that one existing. Yeah, I feel like we're doing more damage. Look at the numbers, Mason. Right? The numbers seem a bit like... I feel like we're clapping here somewhat harder. Right? Oh, we need to have my Sentinel laser that. Because otherwise this thingy here is going to explode and kill us. Quite significant, right? She is weirdly bugged. And this is more damage for sure. But we gotta like look out that he actually destroys the blood orbs, because otherwise the blood orbs are going to just get us, right? But luckily he does enough damage. Demon form. Redirected. Oh, she's dead. She's so dead. I mean, this is the most chill fight I've had here in a while, right? I'm just dish dashing around while my sentinel is just hitting her for a lot, right? That's pretty good. I mean, even with her fighting back now, we kind of had this, huh? Okay. Demon form, sigil. So it's important that you do all the things before you summon the Sentinel, because otherwise the Sentinel doesn't snapshot the things on him, right? So you need the Sentinel to have the biggest damage multiplier possible from all the things that he can do. $3 trillion. Oh, I was completely out of the range of that one. Okay. I just want you to know, right? I was completely out of the range of that one. What did the summon wolves do again? Freeze and vulnerable. They're pretty much your easiest source of vulnerable and freeze that you kind of have out there. Okay, by the way, now with our having the critical strike chance up here, everything, yeah. We could try to move this to the damage. Wait, let's actually move from the critical strike chance. Let's try to move this over to the all damage. Not all stats. damage, yeah. Because I can try to transfigure this. I mean, most likely the outcome will be a sad one, but yeah, I guess we can transfigure the grandfather and see what happens. Okay, we got indestructible, yay. But we actually can transfigure it again because we're lucky, chat. So this was indestructible, but it didn't get made unmodifiable. So we can go for double transfigure, and we got cooldown reduction. Wow. They spit me in the face twice. That's kind of sad. I would have preferred not to get spit in the face twice. Ever played much Rogue? No, we haven't played Rogue at all. So far, Druid, Warlock, and Necromancer. I do want to do a Sork, but the problem is that I want to do Meteor Sork, and Meteor Sork is just not even remotely strong enough. Like, you would literally shoot yourself in the leg just for the joy of shooting yourself in the leg. Now, like, I don't know how you feel about that, but usually I don't like shooting myself in the leg. It's like not on my top 10 things I enjoy doing. Oh, by the way, here, wider beam. We're missing 25% damage, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I try to avoid things like shooting myself. I want to say my Sentinel wasn't scaling there, Chan. Now he is. This is the damage we were expecting versus Mephisto. Okay, so now with the barrier that we're getting from like randomly casting skills, definitely helps. Oh, still died in between. The only problem with using Igni here is stores offering every 3 seconds, cast a non-basic skill to gain the offering, right? So I wonder if it would be better to put the Igni up here and put the Neo down here so that we just get the Neo regularly, right? Might just be better. Because right now, like, if you do it this way, then... Oh, ow. You're going to have to cast a non-basic skill, and I don't regularly cast non-basic skill, if that makes sense. Let's go. Thank you for the 94 months of subscriptions, Futskids. It's a while, my friend. It's a while. 1, 2, 3, down. Still want more trillions, Chan. Not happy until we're hitting like double digit. Or I have to play a bit of other builds to get to the double digit trillions regularly. I'm not sure where I stood inside there now. Okay, so we're doing relatively good damage, and I like that. But it's still not at the damage that we'd like to see. Considering that my Druid, so just as a comparison right now, Chan. I mean, my Druid doesn't have the defense to right now do this, but I tried it out earlier. Where's my T-Bolt's Will? Where's my Crown? So these two, right? Are the only things I need over. You have Cersei. Did it have to have Cersei? No, it didn't have to have Cersei. I played Vex. Vex for more shenanigans. Yom, Vex, Vex. Just as a comparison, right? With the biggest problem being, though, that the druid has to be close. You know? That's probably the biggest downside of this build. Because I gotta be close to him.
To think you all started here, born of light and of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
Because whatever he does, like, actually does kill me. Right? See, look at the damage. This is like now the druid. Just in case you hadn't seen druid damage before.
That this world, these people,
This is Torment 12.
you fight so hard to reveal,
But again, I gotta.
and yet you refuse to see it.
Be actually close to the opponent, which becomes a problem later on. Because if you have to be close, right, you can take damage. Okay, what? Give me a moment. Oh my goodness, the family is... I need to solve a problem upstairs, chat. I'll be right back. Give me a short second. Okay, so as you can see, there's insane damage, right? As we're here, let's try out one thing, Chad. Let's try out one thing before we go back to the Warlock. We're gonna quickly run through a pit 110 because I wanted to put on. Go on here. Bunch of possible crafting items. Let's run quickly through a pit 110. 2 pit 110s. And then we can try echoing hatred to see if we're getting something amazing. Oh, I forgot to activate my lightning. Oops. Should be fine. Oh, did I forget the stone? Did forget the stone. Do this. I wonder if in the Profane Sentinel build, since we're having 8 stacks of Overpower, it will be better to play the Banished Lord's Talisman. What do you think, chat? Think about it. You already have like 8 stacks of Overpower anyways. I mean, we have 12 stacks of Shadow Form, and 12 stacks of Shadow Form are 6% more damage per stack of Shadow Form, but that's only 72% damage right now. It's actually not that much, right? Whereas Banished Lords is 12% per Overpower stack. I would have 8 Overpower stacks. So I wonder... that wouldn't be the better stick to go for. Is Echoing Hatred that rare? Well, I have not gone into my first Echoing Hatred yet, because I really haven't bothered going. But I was just thinking, hey, would it be funny if we just go into one to try to get better loot for the Profane Sentinel build? Because right now we don't want to play Druid, okay, chat? We want to do this Warlock for the Profane Sentinel build. But at the same time, like, we need some, like, resources to fuel that build further. Isn't this just Whirlwind Barb? Sir, this is clearly a Lightning Boulder Druid that has way more intricate things than a Whirlwind Barb going on. Also, it's not stinking overpowered because it can just abuse the Melted Heart of Selig. And it does not have 4 weapons where you can use 4 different aspects. Right? Now, sir? This is something way more fun. Don't you compare my boy ever to the Whirlwind Barb again, okay? We're gonna be throwing hands. But by the way, you don't see the high trillions of damage we're doing because the high trillions of damage we're doing is white damage. Might come a bit confusing, but it is what it is. So what I was thinking about is, since my main damage reduction affix is missing, like, we could go for damage reduction from close enemies, or we could go for damage reduction the more fortify you have. But my fortify is always maxed out. So I was hoping that maybe with this aspect, we could weasel out a little bit more tankiness. How do you make so much damage to Yakuya? It's a lot about the multipliers we're multiplying, obviously, surprise. But it's actually the set bonus. So the set bonus is called Old Mountain, and the set bonus petrifies enemies. And then all the damage we're dealing into the enemy will slam in at one point when we deplete the set bonus, okay? So what's going to happen is essentially that you're overloading an enemy with all your damage. He gets petrified, and then that petrification leads to him exploding. Now, I turned on only white damage, and you're just going to look at these random white damage blips that are hitting for billions anyways. But there is in between just going to be these trillions white damage blips. But this is pretty much each boulder rotating around me applies a stack of petrify. Then if all my boulders hit, like the enemy is just instantly petrified, and there's a trillion hit. And then he just suddenly implodes into this petrified trillions. And that's kind of like how this works out, more or less. So the damage is not actually coming from my skills. The damage is coming from the set, but my skills are feeding the damage into the set, pretty much. Kind of like how that basically functions. And that same works for bosses, because bosses can actually get petrified, so it's really powerful and really useful. Is this better than the teleport storm stat? I don't know about the teleport storm stat, sir. I know that Old Mountain is almost being used by every druid build because of just the utility of it. Insane. Right, and like one thing that we forget to mention is that petrified opponents, they do take 100% increased critical strike damage. So not only do petrified opponents explode after taking X damage, right? They also just take more damage, which makes the whole stick even more stickier. And that's why I like the idea of playing this in Echoing Hatred, because not only are you fumbling enemies left, right, and center with your stones, right? You could just like petrify them and then chain explode and that kind of stuff. So the only thing I need is like a tad more damage reduction, because my weapon ain't the best. Right? And druids are druids, so they can't actually play grandfather, which is a bit of a scam. Do you know if it's able to target gem strength? No, gem strength is completely random, but gem strength is the best multiplier. So you're on the right track wanting to have gem strength. If you anyhow can actually get gem strength on your weapon, that is the best, absolutely stinking thing to get in any way possible. So by the way, like this, the highest damage I've dealt so far has been 22.3 trillion with my boulders. So the numbers are numbering, Mason. But as you notice here, that boss has a chance to just hit me, and I have a chance to die from that hit, right? Especially this guy here. He's just annoying as clunking hell. Which means we're going to just try to stun him, and then boulder smash him as fast as we can. There's that big chunk where his HP just vanished, and that was, again, everything would just build up. Okay, now we put the stone in there, and we get this one. Okay, Undaunted all the way up, ladies and gentlemen. What is Undaunted going to replace? So one of the things got to go out. We got Tectonic can't go out, Spirit can't go out. This one was nature magic damage where correct controlled, increase while you have overpower. We always have overpower, so we're gonna do undaunted over here, and then we have to feed intelligence instead of willpower. Which means we gotta go like that. And like that. Perfect. Good. Good. That should work. Now let's try out Echoing Hatred, and then we try the Overpower Stick on the Profane Sentinel. Maybe that should give us the trillions. Lilith, you're making your own build? Lilith, I would always recommend making your own build. However, I would also recommend just having a planner on the side to cross-reference. That's how I would do it personally, right? So, oh, I want to play, you know, that and that. I cannot interact with this. Hello? No? Okay. Do I have to trigger this with the original character? That would be weird. You need to have a screaming invitation. I have a screaming invitation. The whole point of going here right now is that I got the quest, my friend. I got the quest earlier to go here. This is pretty much my first character that went for it. Actually, no, that's not true. The character that picked it up was the Warlock. I can only do this with the character I get the quest on. Oh, it sounds so stupid. That sounds so stupid. So what are you telling me? The quest has to be done on the Warlock. Okay, I have a solution for that problem. Sorry, we need to lock around characters then quickly. Scally, thank you for the brand new subscription. Scally, welcome to the family. So I want to remove the Banished Lords because I need to try something out with this. I need to get my helmet back. Then we're going to go over to our good old friend, the Lovecraft. Because I need to save the build to then swap the build to do something to then return to the Profane Sentinel. Okay. So, first, let me take my helmet back on. Then we're going to put this one on because I need to see how much better that would work. And we're going to save this as the Sentinel. Then we can actually swap over to our friend, the Lunatic, Chains, Fracture, Hellfire. Oh, what am I missing? One ring, one amulet. Who did I give that amulet to? I gave it to someone else. Well, at least I have the Lunatic build. I didn't want to use the Lunatic build for this. Like, the whole reason why we're playing something else, because I wasn't keen on using the Lunatic build for that. But let's trigger the hatred. Here, as you can see, I have the purple icon.
You have a trace of echoes.
How about PoE 205? Oh, I will play PoE 205. Which charm do I have? will play the YouTube profile. I can just stay AFK here and just send lunatics out everywhere. This is my first time actually playing this, so I'm like not sure what to expect, Chad. Okay, so you always start on normal and you always have to make your way through. I can see that. At least it goes fast, so I was worried about this like going through the thingies. Do the shrines respawn? Chad? Do they not respawn? Goblin. Hobble it, hobble it, hobble it. Might have the wrong rune on my pants now. Because I don't have a barrier. Shrines don't respawn, so you're saying I shouldn't use these shrines unless in utmost danger. What for shrines do I have? Does it like is protection? And it's lethal. Just run the mimic around, that would be enough. Yeah, probably for the time being, you're right. Invasion portal? I mean, Echoing Hatred's field's fine so far. Again, I'm like really not sure what to expect from this. Remind me I can help you till level 40. Well, sir, we'll see how far we can get, right? If I just wanted a free boost, I would have taken it. But where's the fun in that? I understand there's mega loot, but you know, where's the joy in reaching it with someone's help? Might as well shoot myself in the face, right? Again. Oh. So I'm definitely gonna just die to something completely random. Because I'm just, you know. But the good thing about this Echoing Hatred is that it takes a while, right? And I can just keep spamming these demons. Why is this so important, chat? Okay, so what you have to understand is that each of these demonic wretches I summon here, as long as they're up, they're actually providing me with a 30% damage multiplier. Which means if I can just summon a copious amount of them, like if I can have 5 out, that's a huge boost of damage, just like for pretty much existing, right? As long as we have dominance, as long as we can, you know, sit here in the middle, get more demons out, have a good time, be an absolute nuisance. So the thing is that I can totally feel the fun of like jumping through these torment tiers, right, and getting to the next one. But like this is like interesting one time, but how interesting is Echoing Hatred doing it 10 times? Someone know? Someone did it already do 10 times, chat? It's the more intriguing question. Build? Oh, this is just the lunatic build. Just, guys, we have a full video up on this one. We're currently trying a new weapon. It's the Dirge of Odium. The Dirge of Odium gives us 0.5% more damage per stack of per wrath we have. We have quite some wrath, right? Okay, we're tier 8. It's fun in a group. Yeah, I can see this being more of a group activity than a single activity, which kind of makes it shitty because I am a single player, right? And I want single activities. So I can totally vibe where this is more fun. I mean, it's kind of like the same with the Infernal Hordes. Infernal Hordes with friends is also more fun than alone. I wouldn't say that generally, like, things are more fun with others than alone, because that's just not the case in Diablo, right? Often you have more fun alone. What's your thoughts on Infinite Goblins? Infinite Goblins what? You mean when you're going Infinite Goblins in Nightmare Dungeons? Or which Infinite Goblins are we referring to? Zangrel, good to see you there, partner. I hope you're feeling well. There's a goblin. So I assume for every goblin I kill, I get like more loot down the line. So I've never had a Nightmare Dungeon with infinite goblins yet. I know they exist, so as that, but I've never bothered to actually puzzle that out. It's mainly because we just don't actually end game grind right now, so we're jumping like just from different class to different class, doing builds, having fun, right? So we don't really have time to do stuff like that. Is that a vertical live stream or is it only on my phone? No, it's a vertical live stream, but there's also a horizontal live stream, Cosmic. So on the channel you can find the horizontal too. We just have a vertical because it lands in the short feed. And then you scroll the short feed and you're like, what the fuck? Right? Goblin and tiers equals to more loot. Okay. But I assume the goblins are random, so you don't really have an influence on how many goblins you get, right? You just get as many goblins as you get. I assume that Hellfire Apocalypse Warlock is really good for this because you just hit the whole screen continuously. I was worried that this build here, for example, wouldn't have enough area effect because like you have like these enemies on such a big area spawning that I'd be like stuck not hitting the whole screen at any given point, but I guess it doesn't really matter yet. It's like my tiny goblins are just covering the screen, right? They're also just running really far. You had 100 goblins, game crash, rip loot. I mean, the amount of goblins that you seem to be able to get in some of these nightmare dungeons seems to be like definitely not supported by the game. Okay, we're 96. And you're saying 140 is that sweet loot point bonanza that you need to reach? I mean, this is certainly not my strongest build because we don't even have the items sanctified, right? So, I mean, like, it's a strong build, but we just don't have the items sanctified for this one because we didn't have the time nor resources to do that yet. There is a new method to make it easy to do infinite goblins thanks to Spear of Like Thunder and the Gauntlet. Okay, that seems like totally something I don't even want to do, but I understand that it's a possibility, right? So you're probably gonna just get the random shrine buff from the Spear of Lycander to make sure that you can then get the goblin stacked, and then you go. 140 is mega loot, 125 is really good. Okay. Well, then let's just die at 124. Right? 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 Surely? Reasonable? I guess the best part is that due to the Tortured Wretches I have here, so the Tortured Wretches, they soak up damage, guys. 30% of my max life. So if something wanted to kill me, it would actually have to go through all these Tortured Wretches first to, like, it would have to just blast them into smithereens, and then it could potentially kill me. Which kind of makes, like, Warlock a very funny character for this kind of bonanza here. $107. There's one thing Echoing Hatred teaches me. I'm definitely more of a fan of activities I have to walk through. Right? Like roguelike experiences that you have to traverse through. Goblin, goblin, goblin doesn't want to die. Goblin, 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 goblin dead. Goblin was resisting police brutality. Can't have that. See, this is why I wanted to use the druid for this, because I kind of feel like the druid would have been a bit more efficient. Oh, I'm standing in a pool of poison. Jesus. And I'm like wondering, Chow, why am I dying? Chow, what was happening? We're standing in a pool of poison. And now in lightning. Jesus. Poison, lightning. What else? Okay. So that was our first Echoing Hatred, and we're getting... cool stuff. Okay. Definitely useful. Oh, wait, I don't have to teleport out. I can actually do blacksmith. Ooh, cool. Probably breaks when you go out, right? So we get Enduring Faith with a greater affix. We got Dirge of Odium, which we actually need, but not with this. We got a normal helmet, different other normal helmet, boots. I need boots with max life that never hurts. All damage multiplier is kind of good. Don't TP. I assume my loot is gone when I TP, right? Haven't you seen this Echoing Hatred thing? Well, first you have to unlock the quest, and then second, you have to do it. So, as that. Well, that could be anything. Jeez. Oh, I got something. I get something mythic, chat. I got something mythic. What is it? Was it my first mythic charm? Oh, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a good one, but it's also not the most terrible one. Right? It's not a good one. Also not the most terrible. I guess it can always be worse, huh? Okay. I guess I can teleport out with the bags, right? Yeah. Yeah, kind of trash, but not really. I can make it work. That's the whole point, right? So there is like with this, you might only get a 4-set bonus, right? But you can at least play, or you get a 3-set bonus, but you can play 2 unique charms. There are certain sets, like the Fear of the Nameless, that you could play with a triple, and that would be fine. The Horizon wouldn't be fine. That one wouldn't work. The Harass Shadow wouldn't work. The Sadism would actually work. So this one here would work. And the Demon Form one would work as well. So there is... Wait, do I have one of those Demon Form? Here, this one, the Abaddon's Flash. That one would also work with only 3. Realistically. Yeah. So how do you now get the next Echoing Hatred invitation? That's something that, like, so this was the first time I went into the hatred, right? Because I haven't bothered before. But how do you now get the next? Build planner for the Druid build. We have a whole video up. Uploaded yesterday. That explains everything about the Druid. Ah, so I guess this is where people are getting their money from, too. This provides, like, quite some significant funds, huh? John? This provides quite some significant funds. Let's go with red description, RNG. RNG, loot filter. Look at this scam. Let's show me. You can, yeah, that's the biggest scam to obviously get. The 3 unique charms. I'm pretty sure, like the problem is that you can forget about using a set, right? So you can equip 3 unique charms, but you cannot have more than 4. So you use 3 unique charms and you have like a 1 set, but that means you have like a 0 set, right? So what are you even gonna do with that? So like you're like go for 2-2. Therefore, it's just like straight up worse than the one I get. I mean, with this one, I can at least make work, right? There's shit I can make work with this. It's not unrealistic that I get something at 8. Some are using the steel to get money. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. This is my first mythic seal. I'm happy now. Oh, we wanted to go back to our sentinel. Yabba-dabba-doo. So hellfire. Let me go. Actually. So this is the sentinel build that we're actually doing, chat, in case you missed it. Can we get the banished lords? Oh, let's go back to our good old friend Varsh for the testing. Done for this season. Build is done. I don't need mythic gear, so no point to farm it. If you don't want to try out any more builds, then you're done. Officially, my friend. And if you're only a 1-class player, you really don't have that much to do. End of the day. But that goes for every season, right? Okay, come on, laser. Oh, we can't see the damage because my damage is always crit. Sorry, chat, we couldn't see the damage. I'm only critting, after all. Normally you see only half of your screen. Sir, you're in the vertical stream that has a vertical orientation. So here the 4 trillion, 5 trillion, and... Oh, wait. 4 trillion. There's like 4 beams and dude was dead, ladies and gentlemen. I felt good. I could maybe use that attack speed one in the long run. Actually, no, the attack speed one has shitty other stats. Which, Dominus generation. Yeah, I guess that works. So damage is somewhat the same. Thing is, if I play it this way, I wouldn't need the shadow form stacks, right? Because currently, the only reason we need shadow form stacks would be for the shadow form multiplier, correct? Because otherwise, we don't get anything from shadow form. Which means if we're not playing Shadow Form, might still worth it for the damage, but you could technically play Destruction Demon then. Right? Because Destruction Demon is forever. It's like the whole trick. Then we could remove the Shadow Form stacks here. But for what?
This should be interesting.
Is there another utility aspect that we could play different?
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Duration you of any or demon form you get is increased by, I guess, more demon form. Oh, what else could we play on our boots? Actually, I could put the Overpower aspect on the boots then. The Malvolans. And then we could play on our pans the Heavenly Strength and be super tanky. Right? Because now we have Tyrells and we have Heavenly Strength, and that makes it like giga tanky. This brings us back to Mommy Lilith then. Like, just to see how tanky this would make us. Okay, I totally did want to teleport out here. I totally did not just fat finger that button. Right. Okay, this one. This one. Oh, this is so much more damage with the Overpower stacks, Chad. Jesus. Okay, the damage is definitely higher with the Overpower stacks, that's for sure. You just get lasered out of existence, my friends. Aha! He didn't never get me. Warlock is like cheat code when it comes down to that. Come on, kill her. One more. Thank you. Okay, that was so much more damage. Is Apocalypse Warlock fun to play? I have actually not played Apocalypse Warlock, so I can't tell you. For me, it does not look the most fun to play. I will have to say that personally. I don't seem to be too excited playing the Apocalypse Warlock. Now, each to their own, right? Everyone has their own preferences. It's gonna go down here. Oh, the damage is so higher, Chad. The damage is so higher with the Overpower stacks. Jeez. Like, I mean, we're just trouncing her. The crazy part is, like, if I had now, like, even better gloves, like, if we start rolling higher critical strike damage here, like, if we start making all of these greater affixes, because none of this is currently greater affix, right? We're gonna be doing so much more damage. I guess that needs to be our goal now. We need to farm some more scrolls. I think you get scrolls from doing the pit, right? Come on, Mom. More flying around than fighting around, huh? Oh my goodness, is she bugged? I love it when Lilith comes into one of her weird ass loops, right? Oh wow, she just got clapped. That's nice. Can you explain the build? Okay, so the build is very simple. We use Profane Sentinel and that's it. The idea is that we summon Profane Sentinel with maximum dominance for the biggest multiplier. You get 270% here. You have all the crit damage multiplier. We get another 100%. And then we had like 400% through all our stuff. The goal is to summon all the greater demons, to have them together give us like an insane damage multiplier. And then pretty much just use the Profane Sentinel to laser our enemies. Quite significant. As you see, that lasering of the enemies works extremely well, right? The Profane Sentinel does like damage beyond belief because he does 15 seconds long more damage against the same target. So the longer, oh Jesus Christ, that one. The longer you have him on one target, the more damage he actually does. Right? And that's the basic idea how the whole thing actually works out. And what I like about the build is that it's so simple to play. So I just put my Sentinel down and that's it. And then I just run in circles now. And I pretty much just have to keep my cooldowns up and that's it. So it's 8 trillion. That's a 9 trillion. That's a new high score, ladies and gentlemen. Holy. So the idea behind the build is to really make it visual clarity. That we are not sitting there and we're not asking ourselves, where's our opponent? Where's my character? What is going on, right? I don't see shit. So you get this like very high visual clarity, good defense on your character, while your Profane Sentinel just like lasers away. With the explicit goal of being a boss killer build, right? And I guess that part with the boss killer is working. I mean, it's not that my other builds don't kill bosses, right? My Tyranny's Grasp also kills bosses. The problem with Tyranny's Grasp, though, is that I am... When I use it, I have to be next to the opponent, and I have to be like... right, with my hands, and that's not good. Because if you have to stand right next to the opponent, he could hit you, and you die. So you don't understand what hit me there. Oh, it's one of the blood blisters. It's actually easily telegraphed. So it's this explosion. So she does one of those. And then she does another one of those. And that one just hits me because for some reason I seem to be too mentally handicapped to avoid that one. Right? Like for some reason that one just gets me every single time. But that's why I wanted to have like all the damage reduction and so on happening, because you want to make yourself super tanky, right? So we got like the Heavenly Strength here for that 40%. You get the Tyrolls for the 40%. We have like no maximum life on my helmet. Thing is, I don't want to remove this temper. So technically I should temper for 3,000 more max life, because 3,000 more max life is more barrier. And on top of being more barrier, it's also going to be more... damage because of my demon form, but I refuse to do that. We could put more life on Terrell's Might, though. I kind of forget about that. Oops. You put a bunch of ice and go into demon form. So the reason why we don't do a bunch of ice, my friend, is because 25% more damage per second. Okay? The Profane Sentinel is up for 15 seconds, so alone 10 seconds is another 250% damage multiplier, which leads to like really heavily escalating awesome damage. See, my temper scrolls are down. Why do I have 120? Oh my lord, I have 128 scrolls because of the Echoing Hatred. Holy moly! What the fuck? We're re-rolling everything to a greater affix now, ladies and gentlemen. Eat my undergarments. What the, like, what, hubba, Chad, hubba, huh? Echoing Hatred kind of broken. I mean, why haven't I gone earlier? I'm probably going to just burn through all of these scrolls anyways to get like one item greater affixed, right? I wonder if anyone ever tracked how much it takes on average to get an item greater affix. Jesus. Where is it? There. Thank you. So we can now take the gloves as well, and we can do the critical strike damage here, because there's a big difference to get these in greater affixed or not, right? It adds up, like all additive damage does. Problem is we're gonna run out of souls before we run out of anything else, right? But luckily we have a solution for this. At least a tiny solution. That's 3,000 souls. And I can turn my scrap into veil crystals to do some more. So we don't have to go out and farm, right? That one was crit damage. That was high enough. That one wasn't high enough. I wonder if I go for 8 overpower stacks, if I should go for damage per overpower stack instead, because damage per overpower stack actually is quite nifty, right? That's the question there. And that's the 75 finally. We got max life. See, this one doesn't even have a max life roll, max life out. What's happening here, Chad? See, all these max lives, very, very important. Did I not just put... I put on random boots, yeah. Just trying to remember what it would put on there. We get the purple text, loot filter. I recolor a bunch of these to just make it better. Because if you recolor the items, it's easier to not miss things. Because I tend to miss things. This one couldn't have a greater affix because it's not greater affix anyways. Okay, now it's only missing on this one. Then we have for now everything greater affixed. And that was for my 120 scrolls, guys. 40 down. Right? I told you it would take a bit. Is the damage per overpowers additive, but it's good additive damage because it's a lot of additive damage. Especially the damage per overpower stack, I think, doesn't go into the same bucket as the damage per crit, because damage per crit goes into the crit bucket and then that's like stuck there, right? Whereas you actually don't want to have it in the crit bucket. You want to have it somewhere else. Okay, I didn't trigger all my multipliers before I threw out my Profane Sentinel. So my Profane Sentinel is doing now minuscule damage, Chad. Now we have all the multipliers from throwing out the Profane Sentinel, and he's cooking. There's the 3 trillion. There's the 7 trillion. Okay, Mr. Profane Sentinel, could you please go for the 10 trillion to make a little boy happy? The little boy's me, Chad. Little boy is indeed me. Okay, laser her. Go. That's a boy. 5. Come on. Thank you. There's only 3. Tier 12, yeah, we're doing in tier 12. So again, the basic idea was doing this in tier 12. I mean, in Torment 10, she would just fall over from one beam pretty much. If you do trillions of damage in Torment 10, it's just over. So again, activate Demon Form, Multiplier, activate Lalish, activate thingies. That's the biggest it can do just off the rib, right? Then keep all the multipliers multiplying. Never get lasered. Pay attention to her doing things. And where is she? Yeah, I'm saying, like, I don't see this one. That's literally the only one I keep missing. Every single time. So you can see if it's Torment 12 in the top right corner. Unless you are in obviously in the short stream. Okay, everything activated. The best part is it's not a lot of ramping required for the build because it instantly does the damage. See, there's 8 trillion hit. The only ramping it pretty much does is over the duration the Sentinel is alive, right? So the longer you have that Sentinel going on, the better it is. Oh, my laser boy is gone. Oh, first time we've died to her thingies. Defensive layer on Warlock, Earthen Bulwark. And not manually casting Dark Prison. So Dark Prison you want to have automatically casted. It's like the biggest ways to manually cast that one. Five, 8. You know what, if she would like stay hidden for one more second, I think he would hit the 10 trillion hit. She just goes away every single time before he can like hit the big laser. Right? He's just about to give her hell. And every single time she just jumps away. I remember doing this with my Necro when it used to be hard, chat. Back in the days when this used to be a fight of the ages. How does Dark Prison autocast? I am using the Igni and the Dark Prison rune, for example. So whenever I press a skill that isn't a basic skill, I instantly get the... See, it is telegraphed that she does this, but we're still, like, consistently falling for that. There. We finally saw it, ladies and gentlemen. We avoided the telegraph. 10 trillion, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Double digits! Happiness! Oh, I get stuck. Okay, we get the double digits, but now we just need to go for even more. So it does work. Everything we've imagined does actually really nicely work together. I wonder if our damage would really go up by a lot if we would choose to go for more damage per overpower stack, right? So that's generally like not a bad thing to have as a multiplier. I wonder, like, so you deal increased damage while in shadow form. We need this one for our Abyss skill multiplier. What if we have, like, instead of the damage in shadow form, we play destruction to increase the hex damage? Chad? Because we're hexing opponents. Could that work? Because based on their missing life, they would take more damage, so that should lead to a bigger bazooka hit. My main thought is currently, we have shadow form, right? But we don't require shadow form for anything, to be fair. So what we could do is we could just activate Destruction Demon. And the idea behind Destruction Demon is that if you activate this one, you're just a Destruction Demon forever. So I do this and I'm just a Destruction Demon now. Okay. I wonder if that actually does work the way I want it to. Or if I'm missing something really obvious right now that kind of lowers my damage when I do that. When I'm not the Abyssal Demon. Because I'm not playing anything that actually should multiply with Shadow Form currently. There's a 9 trillion. Right, because we're not playing anything that requires 10.5. Fuck yeah, let's go. So the basic idea is that Demon Form gives us more damage the more life we have. Okay, 44,000 life is a 44% damage multiplier. And being in Demon Form generally gives me, like, being in Demon Form bonus damage from stuff I have in my Paragon board. So why would I need Shadow Form stacks when I can just be permanent Demon Form, right? I mean, apart from Shadow Form giving me more movement speed, I reckon. Dude, we're doing so much more damage with this. Because we pretty much have the Demon Form permanent now. That's the whole trick behind that. Dude, she's getting melted. And that's over. Torment 12. Damn. Damn. Ladies and gentlemen. That was a good one. Come on. That was a good one. I like it. Ah. Yeah. Happy. What can I say? Oh, I got nothing for it apart from complete here Echoing Hatred. And then I got myself the Scrolls of Restoration, I guess. One single one. How do you get Demon Form permanently? Come closer. No kissing, Noxon. The Demon Form permanently is from the Volatile Demon Form. So usually, you would use Volatile Demon Form as a hex, as a fire build. Because it would make your fire damage rise by 6.3% per Hellfire skill you're using. Now answer my question. How many Hellfire skills am I using? Thank you. The Demon Form is infinite until you become injured. So becoming injured would actually kick me out of the Demon Form, which is a downside considering that Mephisto could bump me out of it. Realistically, though, the moment he bumps me out of Demon Form, I die anyways. Right? I mean, if I go below 35% HP, I'm mostly dead anyways, right? So I can stay permanently in Demon Form, which makes me permanently unstoppable, which gives me permanently the damage boost. That's the idea. The question now is, do we now still need Sigil of Subversion, chat? Because we have been playing Sigil of Subversion, because right now we have the Soul Shard. Recast skill no longer breaks Shadow Form stats at the cost of stacks. While you have Shadow Form, Abyss skills deal increased damage, and you gain 5% increased movement per stack. So I guess the only reason to keep Shadow Form would technically be for the Mastermind Shard, because it's a 30% damage multiplier. That 30% damage multiplier also works here with the summoning a non-Soul Shard Abyss Greater Demon, aka this one. Gives me more damage per dominance, and maintaining Shadow Form grants you 1 dominance every 2 seconds. That one is unnecessary though, because we don't need the bonus one there, right? There's nothing we can do with this, right? For any of the skills. I was wondering if we could do Ritualist, because it says occult skills gain increased damage, but we don't have a single occult skill, so it's like kind of the subjugation fragment is the only one we can use. So as long as we're in Shadow Form, we get damage. But can we maintain Shadow Form with the Sigil? Only if I would cast it at max HP. Right? Wait, give me a second. Yeah, I would have to do this. And then I would get the stacks of shadow form. That's so very risky because I have no way to restore HP right now, correct? I mean, I could cast it and drink a potion, I guess. Yeah, I need 3 pieces of the Nameless set for that. I mean, I could do 3 pieces of the Nameless set if I was, if I had the mythical seal, right? Okay, let's try it in this variation versus the Echo of the False Prophet, okay? First, let's open the box of riches. And get a lot of stuff that we don't even need. Has anyone else been, like, severely disappointed by multiple greater affix items? I've gotten so many multiple greater affix items, and none of them has ever been good, right? This one does seem nice now, but the problem is that I don't need the max willpower or maximum life on a Glyph. So it's just like an instant dud. Oh, that lurid pact I'm going to keep because it's fist damage, so I can actually do something with that. Like, even for multi-greater affix weapon, the amount of, like, good things I've gotten out of this, like, is so non-existent, I don't even want to talk about it, right? Like, literally non-existent. Seed of Horizon has a good roll. That's actually a decent one, damn. I like it. Maximum life on boot. Okay, so goal was today to kill Mephisto and to kill Lilith. Lilith is already down. Mephisto is going to be a bit harsher on Torment 12. But the build is far from being done, right? I mean, I guess killing Lilith already proves that the concept is working, which was the whole idea. Proof concept works. 1, 2, 3. Permanent demon form. I'm a demon, I'm unstoppable. Look at me, mom. Do, 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 do. I'm a demon, I'm unstoppable. Three trillion hit right away. So the problem is that every single time I use my sigil, I would bleed myself dry. Yeah, without any kind of bonus healing up, can't really do that, right? Yeah, it wouldn't work. I couldn't play that. And I'm also bumping myself out of demon form, right? So we can't play that. That wouldn't work. That is like just really nothing we want to do. We probably have to go back to the abyssal form. It's a bit sad. It's like the only way how I can actually use it. Undying Aspect heals per cast. You're not wrong, but I don't have the... What is it called again? I don't have the... I don't have the aspect slots for it. Yeah, for Mephi, we need regular digit trillions. So we also hit him for double-digit trillions, right? There's 10.3 trillion, easy hit. Right, but we need more regular ones to really make this work. You're in the middle now. Summon him, so he's already out for a while. Where is he? Oh, he's dead. Okay, Lizard. I get 400 life on hit from a cube on a ring. Yeah, not bad. Is the Mythic a must? No. If you have a way better weapon, definitely not. But for that, you need a weapon with a crit damage multiplier, greater affix, and then a shadow damage or all damage multiplier, plus maximum life, and weapon damage, preferable in greater affix as well. Not necessarily greater affix there, but yeah. Oh, I'm so fast. Look at me. Demon time. I wonder if we can like skip his second phase, because usually you try to skip that one. This is like really annoying to deal with. Okay, we can teleport through this. That was good. Teleport through that as well. I think we didn't skip the second phase. That's bad. Yeah, we didn't skip that one. That's a bit unfortunate. Oh, but here we would get him down as well. Still though, in order for Torment 12 Mephisto, we definitely would have to boost the damage of this, right? I suppose it was giving you a hard time at Torment 10. Let me show you what happens on Torment 10. Just so you get a feeling for it. Enduring Faith will save you there. Yeah, but with Enduring Faith, sir, I also lose 100% bonus damage. So, yeah. You know what you do? Instead of using Enduring Faith, you just get good and don't get hit. That's the secret. This is now here versus him. Look. There was phase one. That was, by the way, 13.5 trillion. Need the seal? If I had the mythic seal, I could add another 200% damage to this. Because we could remove one of the Horizon's chains, and we could add one right of the Nameless. Yeah. So again, the problem with this build is you would put this together, but again, the only real use of this build is actually killing bosses, right? So you wouldn't be very efficient in the Helltide, you wouldn't be very efficient in the pit. It would just be really, I want to kill a bunch of bosses. $10.4 trillion, by the way, Chad. Getting more of these super high trillion hits. Very, very good to see. It was phase 2. Let's do phase 3. And the fun part about phase 3 is, you know how Mephisto is like just stationary in the middle, okay? And I pretty much put my dude down and then start jumping around, and that's it. Right? I can actually focus on avoiding his mechanics while my Profane Sentinel just blasts his ass. You're a mother. So we're going to avoid him to not die. Then do this, there, and that. Go in. Sentinel out. Right now my Sentinel is just blasting him. We're going to make sure his hands don't kill us. And look, he's just dying. Chan, he's just dying. So I can just run around here all the way back. While my that's it. Over. While my Sentinel just goes. Bzz, 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 bzz. That's the thing, right? If I now see what we can do here, and I know that we're not maxed out, right? There's more that we can do with this. Because we're not maxed on this build. Problem is, again, you can't do the pit or anything with this build. You saw 14.7 trillion. Yep. So let's say I want to do a 110 pit now, right? It's just not fun. Even with the other version, it's just not fun. It's just like a slow, sluggish build for this kind of stuff. So you summon your Sentinel, and your Sentinel still beams like quite significant, right? You could summon multiple Sentinels. You can also redirect this Sentinel to actually kill like elites. See that there's an elite, and you just tell your Sentinel, hey, just could you kill this elite here? And then he just goes and actually like does his billions of damage, right? And then just like 1-2 beam, and they're gone, right? But like obviously because you're only doing damage to one guy and not to like everyone, even if you increase the range, it's just like this is just not efficient for this, right? Even if you make the range be ginormous on the beam, it's still not efficient. A 40.7 trillion YFK, exactly. I think the big advantage of the build is just the visual clarity paired together with being able to zoom around and not actually fight the boss. Right, obviously Apocalypse is doing more damage. We don't have to argue about that. Yes, Apocalypse is doing more damage. Not the point why we're doing all of this, right? Never been the point. Sentinel. So we get the hitting enemies that are hexed. Yeah, that works. We get the Overpower stacks. The summon damage. And we increase the demon form duration as well. Apox is fiddly to get going against this boss. I know, Exadius. I've heard now many people actually complain in the internet about, especially that, getting Apocalypse working against Mephisto, because you kind of like get your Apocalypse ready, and then you trigger it, and then he goes into his can't get hit, da-da-da form, and then you trigger it again, but he's like, nah, can't get hit again, da-da-da. So you're continuously in this loop of trying to hit Mr. Mephi, and he's just like, nah, 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 nah. Can't get hit. Get fucked. You little shit. That's why I like the Sentinels so much. This is currently what we do for, like, we would usually do the Tiny's Grasp, but I just oversaved that build in the armory chat. Yeah. I accidentally oversaved the Tiny's Grasp build in the armory. Excusez-moi. Okay. Don't hunt me down. I'm not stupid. I am stupid. Like, I say I'm not stupid, but that's actually what a stupid person would say and do. Maybe start Barb this morning. Honestly, Barb is probably the safest way to clear out Mephisto if you just want to clear out Mephisto. But that's like the whole point about this. Like, not everyone wants to play Barb, right? Not everyone is willing to play multiple classes. So we wanted to just make something that would actually work against Mephisto. Very simple. Inside the Warlock. And I love the idea of Profane Sentinel. I wish some of the other skills like Infernal Breath would have the same potential. The problem with Infernal Breath is that it's stupid. I don't know if you've actually played Infernal Breath, guys. It's literally a stupid skill. Because the problem with Infernal Breath is that it like rotates around you, okay? And while it rotates around you, like you would have to clockwise rotate around the opponent to then hope that your Infernal Breath is properly hitting the opponent. And if you're not doing that, then you're not like doing top end damage. And even if you're rotating around the opponent, not every breath you do will actually hit. So you're pretty much rotating around enemies just to rotate around enemies to just, yeah, it's weird. I don't like it. Chain build is quite good versus Mephisto. Doc, yeah, we made the chain build as well. The only thing I didn't like about the chain build is that you are required to spam the chains. Right? So for top end damage, you have to stand still and actually spam the chains. And that, like, standing still to do something is always the moment where you potentially die, right? Okay, we got this rune back here, the Headhunter. Wait, why are we playing Headhunter? Oh, different build, Jesus. Unbound, Abyssal, Mastermind. We got Destruction, yes. Destruction needs to go up to 100. And 1. And Abyssal needs to go up to 101. Actually, Abyssal is more important because it has a way better multiplier. So I want to get this up now to see like maybe the 20 to 30 trillion damage. Because I feel like if you had absolute perfect equipment, you could get the Profane Sentinel at least up to like 50 trillion. I think that's realistic, right? Especially with a weapon that has gem strength. You know what I mean? Chad, have you seen these weapons that have the gem strength multiplier? They're insane. It's not even funny anymore. So what I'm talking about is when you transfigure a weapon, okay? Two-handed weapon. Two-handed weapon doesn't matter. Any weapon. And if you don't use the Entropic Tuning Prism, which is, by the way, the worst thing you can actually do, right? So if you do that, there is a chance to get a effect. It's called Gem Strength. And it will make the gems in your respective item stronger. That means if you have a 24% damage multiplier gem into your weapon, instead of being a 24% multiplier, it's suddenly going to be a 100% multiplier. We say about the tuning prism, our video today is all about that. Don't use tuning prisms on your weapon at least. Don't use tuning prisms on your amulet as well. You can use tuning prisms on your actual gear. That's fine. Like your chest, your helmet, and your pants. Probably boots as well. But I would not use it on most of my armor pieces. So you're running the multiple things with the Crown of Lucian charm. Yeah, we did run the multiple as well. We tried that, but again, it seems to be less damage. I mean, we can do a try against Lilith if you want to, Chad. How it would feel with multiple, but you would literally miss out on a 250 damage multiplier just to have 2, and I'm not sure if that is in any way worth it. Especially because the whole stick of maximum dominance falls apart. Okay, so you like for multiple sentinels, you would literally lose a lot of multipliers actually. By the way, not sure why I actually run into the opponents, because there's like literally zero need with this build to run into your opponents. Because my lunatics, they work on such a high range that you can just snipe them. So you just stand back here and you just win, and you don't actually have to walk in. There's like literally zero reason to do that. But you quickly get super great gear in the game. You just play the game. But you also don't quickly get it, right? It always takes a while X. The more you play, the more you get. The more you have your end game war plans upgraded, the better it is. I mean, right now I played so much that I got the Echoing Hatred. So ultimately, the goal right now is to play any activity I want to get more Echoing Hatred invitations. Because if I would get now another Echoing Hatred invitation, that is the guarantee for like quite some great loot pieces. So yeah, that's pretty much what you would have to do. Right? Get Echoing Hatred, get as high as possible, get the loot. At least at the stage where I am in right now. So, again, play the game. Play the game, enjoy yourself, have a good time. Do you think Melted Heart will fit in what? In what? Okay, that's 101. And the other one, I use Empowered. No. Mastermind. Yeah, we got to get Mastermind up as well, and then we can be happy. Actually, we need Eldritch Sight as well up. Shit. Okay, so Mastermind and Eldritch Sight up to 101, then we can go back. In this build? No, in this build, Select doesn't make sense. No. So someone said like he was using multiple sentinels. Let's make sure that we have this. Go back to the sentinel build. So the Crown of Lucian Charm, I really don't see over the Overpower. It doesn't like, I don't think it's stronger personally. Right? But here with the, so you can do multiple sentinels. This is here the difference. So we have longer profane sentinels locked onto the same enemy, the stronger it becomes. We have like 10 million base here. Obviously, you could also turn them in, summon multiple profane sentinels, but you can no longer redirect their gaze. Deals damage and fires an extra blast at any nearby stealth enemies. So we don't have nearby stealth enemies. Technically, you would have to play the Tina's Grasp to make enemies stealth them, right? But that would cost dominance. The problem is if you do multiple sentinels, okay, the biggest problem, they cost dominance. And we're currently playing this soul shard that consumes my dominance to give them more multiplier. Okay. Therefore, that's like bad, somewhat. Could you please explain why you're leveling all the glyphs? Floyda, I play 5 different builds. I'm a content creator. I make builds by the dozens per week, so I need to level up everything. So now I can summon 1 sentinel, haha. And then we can summon 2 sentinel, haha. Right? So now we have 2 sentinels. But I always need to have enough dominance to like keep summoning them. Right? So it'd probably be better to not use up all my dominance for one. Now the advantage obviously here is that I just have them like continuously going on. But optimally for this build, I would have to get rid of the Overpower shtick that we have been running currently and reduce the dominance cost of my Sentinels. So, but this is like how multiple Sentinel would actually vibe. I wonder like how they would do versus bosses, but you notice it's already slower than the demon spam, right? Because the Sentinels they're not terrible, but I need pretty much all of them at any given point. So you can see how like multiple Sentinels is functional basically, but I would have to find a way how to get like massive more dominance at any given point, right? So we could just like get them summoned, get them summoned, get them summoned. So otherwise I just don't see how this is like something I could play, because we're obviously out of dominance at any given time. So probably have to probably have to use this one. This one's soul shard. Yeah. And then let's go to Lilith, because we killed her already, right? We know how much damage we deal, so we do 10 trillion damage. So the idea would now, if I play one boss and I could spam a lot of Sentinels, would that not be amazing, right? Because again, the build was never meant to like push the pit. See, now I spammed like 3 Sentinels right away. Oh my goodness, they just lasered her. Jesus Christ, that was quick. I mean, if I have the Jesus, that's Torment 10. Sorry, I was confused. This is Torment 10, obviously. Yeah. That made no sense to me for a second. Now it makes sense suddenly. I was only confusion after all, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the real test. This was just the beginner test. I mean, they do trillions of damage too, but low trillions. So if I can summon 4 of them and they do low trillions, it could still be worth it, right? The problem is that I would have to restore in the 15-second duration 40 spirit, 40 Shamambo Bambo, so we could summon 4 right away again. I love the way how you explain your build works. I think it's the core of the game and fun. It's the reason why I play ARPGs. I don't play ARPGs to become the strongest possible, right? To have the biggest internet dick to swing around. I like to make builds and make them work. I think every build is like a puzzle, and solving that puzzle is what makes it interesting, right? Finding all the pieces, getting them together, that's great. So, by the way, before we summon the 4 thingies, we should do something different. So, demon form on, that on. Then we should spam our stuff to actually overproduce 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now let's see. Oh, they're beaming her. That's 4 of them over 1 of them now. Yeah, problem is she goes away, and that's going to be to the detriment of my dudes. I feel like my single one did more damage. You know? My single sentinel did more. How will we get more dominance back faster, chat? What's the idea here? So obviously the more dominance I get back, the more spam of these dudes I could do. I wanted to have my demon form reduce the cost of them. Wait, we gotta go over to that. We gotta actually let her kill me. They should get rid of one-shot mechanics. No, you should just get good. Oh, I wonder if the Profane Sentinels, do they count as greater demons? Interesting. Why is that interesting? We're currently getting 30% more damage per greater demon that we have. Which is kind of like when we summon 4 of these, there's also like we could make up for the ramping damage multiplier by just summoning more. I'm getting warm with the idea of just getting more of these, chat. Would exclude us from the ramping multiplier, but they're doing less damage, so they're not as cool like to see the high trillion. See, now we have reached the point of the fight where I am not able to like just continuously summon more. Let's see. Okay, so I need my dominance back, and you can see how slow that goes up, right? So 1 hour dominance back. Oh, we don't have it back. So now in the start of the fight, we can only summon 2. As far you get 120%, which is not the 250 that you would get from... I wonder if their gazes are far enough to actually hit her no matter where she is on the map. Okay, this phase is different because she's constantly getting lasered, Chad. Right? In this phase, because in the other phase, like, she was like escaping. I am stuck. But in this phase, she's constantly getting lasered. Because she cannot, like, go away. So that's where multiple actually worked out. Okay, I'm not saying it's worse. But I'm saying we need more to have this one function, right? Okay, how do I get more dominance? Jesus. All right, so we have the command Fallen that every 15 times the Fallen hit, and we would have these. So technically, we could turn them into a spammable skill that would allow us to get more Fallen. And therefore more dominance, maybe with a Mega Lunatic. And there's nothing else where we have dominance related. Obviously, you can't do anything dominance for me. You can't do anything dominance for me. Yeah, this is the only thing that can do something dominance for me. We could technically... sacrifice a board. Because we are missing... Okay, so I wouldn't like to do this. There is the... Now that... It wouldn't work, would it? It's set outside of demon form. There is one Paragon board that says Overmind, Legendary, Chaos, Dominion. No, not Dominion. Fathomless. Here. While in demon form, your demonology skills damage is increased by 3% for every point of dominance you currently have. While not a demon form, you gain 1% of one dominance every 2 seconds, which wouldn't work because we're always in demon form. Yeah, seals have 10% dominance generation. Don't worry, I already have one of those by random coincidence. So yes, we have the dominance generation. So it does actually work. The problem is we have nothing else dominance related here. So there's not a single aspect. It's only for more, right? Yeah, again, max dominance and crowd control enemies grounds resolve. Great. Oh, it's not working. Working at all. Now let's see how the Mega Lunatic would work if I just spam it away. Okay. Let's do Mephisto. So instead of the Abyss, we use the Mega Lunatic. Because you would do this, right? And it would technically lead to more dominance.
To think you all started here, born of light and of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
I guess in the second phase, my beamers would be better, Chad. When you think about it, because right now he's just jumping, right? And the ramping would work better in this phase. But I think in the next phase, the actual beamers would work better. This would force this build to play way more active as well. Right? Because I'm like, I have to like spam my dudes. I see, like when he's standing still and not jumping around, then suddenly the multiple ones are ramping up like they're no tomorrow, right? So if he's forced to stand in spot, I mean they're demonic. Let's go for phase 2, see like how much I can do with that, right? Okay, let's get the buffs up, and then when he comes out, we're just gonna put down 1 sentinel, 2 sentinels, haha. Like when he's still and they can just beam away, it works, but only then. The second resource pool does not count as resource generation, sadly not.
So be it. You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from
I changed your mouse color. It's under gameplay. Oh, sorry, Chun. Let's see. Okay, demon form, that, and get my overpower stacks up. I need that quickly. His overpower stacks makes him stronger. That's what I meant now, like just having all my dudes go on, right? Like now they're just multi-beaming Chan. Oh, now they're going places in that phase. I don't just like the forced game style of this. So like just as a comparison, so this is my single beamer again, right? My single beamer again. Then we're gonna swap over to the supercharged. So we're gonna go in, right? Just so you see how it's different. Toffer, get to see there. Teleport behind him. Demon form, activate. Get our shadow stuff running. Then summon our one dude, right? Not multi dudes, just one now. He just gets to beam away at him. And I only have to care about the one, right? So I don't have to like constantly spam things. I just have to get my one dude out. It just takes care of business for me. Right, so I can focus on avoiding, on dashing, going places. If I now went also back to my different basic skill, that would be best. Oops, we get hit by that. But like, I guess you see where this is like simpler. By the way, also then back to the Abyssal Lunatics. You want the third upgrade option on Step? The Shadow Recall? No, you don't. Shadow Recoil is actually horrible. So in case you didn't know that, but if you use Shadow Recoil, you break the scaling of your demon. So your Sentinel stops actually scaling. Because he's like every single time he's being resummoned, pretty much, from the Shadow Recoil. And that makes it terrible. So you would think, hey, Shadow Recoil is probably going to extend its duration and then he just keeps going, right? Because he's like 3 seconds longer and 3 seconds longer and 3 seconds longer. And realistically, that's how it should work. But practically, that doesn't seem to be how it actually does work. Oh, I always miss that one. I'm like Warlock, but I keep seeing this skill. It looks like a hand reach out to the ground. What's the name of the skill? Tyranny's Grasp. Or Tyrant's Grasp, sorry. One of the coolest Warlock skills out there. See, that's the one that has hit me the last 3 times because I just was too dense to avoid it. This is what I mean, like, about only caring for my one dude. So I only have this one dude. I don't need to spam anything. I just have him out. See, like, he does 10 trillion damage here right now. So I'm going to summon him again with all his buffs. Then I'm just going to roam around a little bit while this happens. So he just beams away, right? 5 trillion. Oh, Mephisto. Well, actually, Mephisto's going to come out of this, and my dude is going to have all the scaling going on. Right? And good night. I just enjoy playing Red Rampage. Red Rampage is great. But sadly, Red Rampage needs a fix because it's not working the way it should right now. Okay? I hope after the 30th patch, they actually hot fix the problem I had with it. And we could do a full Eviscerate Red Rampage build. I will definitely have you updated once I know if it does work or not.
You want the truth of what I am. Little illusions burn from your eyes.
Whee! Demon form, sigil, lawless. 1, 2, 3 demons out. My big friend here. Like in this phase, definitely the triple in the beginning was better because they just started lasering the moment the thing started, right? But look at the actual damage output my single is also doing, right? A hot profane sentinel is looking to mingle and jingle, chat. Single profane sentinels in your area are lonely right now. Oops. I ran full into that. The bleed works? No, the bleed doesn't work. So the bleed works, okay, but it doesn't work because the bombardment could also bleed, but it doesn't bleed the way it should bleed. So that's like, I actually have confirmation from Blizzard for that. There is something broken about the evisceration aspect. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Oops. I mean, like, when I say that I can only focus on the screen and I don't have to look at other things, I mean, I'm fully free to just get myself killed, right? What do you do the artillery skill? Which artillery skill? You mean the Profane Sentinel? This is my main skill, the Profane Sentinel. That's what we do for damage. It's one of your greater demons to summon. And I love it because you can have it hit for double trillions of damage, right? Just your little tiny eye gazer beam demon here. Just sitting there and popping off. Who doesn't like that? He's just single beaming, and he's just like. The 5, 6 trillion, 4 trillion, 2 trillion. Dude's a menace. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna wait for our dominance to be full because that makes the biggest, bestest version of this dude, right? Oh no, I got hit. Ugh. The white arrow's shooting out of me. So you're talking about Tyrell's Might. We're playing Tyrell's Might because maximum damage reduction. I mean, with Tyrell's Might, together with my pans, I have the 35% damage reduction, I have the 40% damage reduction. Then having, like, actually the Earthen Bulwark, the Druid's Barrier on top that gets triggered every axe, be very, very useful. Very useful. Does the Sentinel ever aggro on ads to the boss fight? No, can't. Because you can actually lock the Sentinel on the target you want it to. Right? So you can recast the Sentinel and you can just have it locked on the one target you want it to be locked at. And then it just stays there. Dude, he just did so much damage this one try. That's crazy. And it also does get more damage the longer it's locked onto a target. So this is like essentially what you want him to do, right? You want him to be locked onto a target. So that's all the damage you're looking for. Which means your only job in these kind of fights is to have the Sentinel like laser the man, right? While you're dish dashing around. Mr. Lawlier, thank you very much for your subscription and support. Lawlier, good to see you there, partner. Haha, no swords for you, you little shit. Did you just jump out before my I-beam killed him? I-beam kill. So we're realistically just away from finding a better amulet, finding better gloves, and getting a good temper on my weapon to absolutely, you know, devastate everything. And then we're good to go.
You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
Get the dudes out. The Sentinel. Don't get hit by the poison. Have your Sentinel have fun. Dash around to not get hit by things. Oh my goodness. Get stuck casting things. Great fight. There's just honestly, it's always fight. Always a great fight. When using your crooks, only the user gets loot. The whole party gets loot. Not only the one user, the whole party gets the loot, which makes using the crooks together with others actually super useful. Okay, we now tested multiple sentinels. The conclusion was multiple sentinels do work. However, multiple sentinels do feel weaker than the single one because we can't get more dominance back, right? So we need to see if that one can be actually lifted up to be somewhat better still. I would just love if we had more dominance production, but I kind of feel like if we had more dominance production, things would be kind of OP, right? John, do you know that clicking in the Paragon board with control does instant pathing? Yes. Did you know that clicking every single node on the Paragon board is oddly satisfying? It's the same when people tell you that you can control left click or right click items, but you actually drag them across your screen in certain games because you actually like the act of grabbing an item and dragging it around. Right? Ultimate Nemesis layers ask the whole party, only the initiator gets the loot. Oh, interesting. I don't think that's asked. That's just how layer bosses work. I mean, there's a history why layer bosses are made this way, and it was always to abuse group, to prevent like a too much group play abuse. I mean, let's not remember back the times of Duriel rotations. Those weren't good times. I know some people actually fondly remember that, but I don't think Duriel rotations were good times for the game. How many warriors and mages can you have on Necro? A lot. I think you can have like 30 plus minions, if I'm not completely mistaken. Certainly not a few. It's more than it's more less. I guess if you're able to like defeat Mephisto with multiple people, then you deserve like loot for everyone. I mean, considering that obviously people are doing it that are completely overtuned and then just like pretty much offer like carries. But the only reason they're offering carries is because they want the loot that you get from your Krugs. I mean, fair for them, good for you. You get the boss kill that you wouldn't kill otherwise. The other person gets more loot, potentially good items. Mephisto Rota works now. Yeah, but I also don't think that Mephisto Rota is that much of a problem as Duriel Rota was. Because getting to a level where you can blast Duriel, even 4-man Duriel, was relatively easy. Depending on the build you obviously go for, but it was not a problem, right? But getting to the point where like a Duriel rotation is possible, that's not like not everyone gets that done, right? Duriel rotations are not going to be the norm. That's something that, yeah, sure, some people do, but it's not like, oh, everyone is doing Duriel rotations now. This is so bad for the game. No, like, no. Not everyone is doing it. Like a few and far in between. Unbound, empowered. More damage in shadow form. Oh, not occultist. Abyssal, mastermind, destruction. Yeah. Do you have a planner out for your lunatic? Yes, I have a planner out for the lunatic, and I'm currently trying, instead of the Banished Lord's Talisman, a different one, which is called the Dirge of Odium, right? You deal increased damage per wrath you have, but you lose 10% per second. Every 50 wrath gained beyond your maximum generates 1 dominance. Which is, by the way, a way for dominance generation. The problem is that wouldn't work for... That wouldn't work for the Sentinel build. Right? Destroy the items. Wouldn't Respite and Dirk better for single target damage? Only ask, that's what I use. We tried it out. the Respite and Dirk. So we have, again, the Banished Lord's Talisman. Banished Lords is 12 per overstack. We have 8 overpower stacks, so that's 8 times 12. But also considering that the overpower stacks are giving you an additive damage bonus that then gets multiplied up, while the Respite and Dirk would only give you the multiplier. And the combination of, like, the Banished Swords, like, usually with the overpower stacks plus the actual 12% leads to more damage. I mean, I've seen the highest numbers now with the Banished Swords Talisman. We also did try out the Respite and Dirk here, and we did try out, what's it called again? Not the Seat of Horizon. Eye of Terror. Not Eye. Wait, Terror? Is it called Terror? The Night Terror, yeah. So we did also try out the Night Terror, because Night Terror works with Shadow Form, and then you go for more stacks of Shadow Form, and that's kind of nice, but didn't do what we, like, kind of wanted it to do, so that didn't vibe too much. Critical shadow damage multiplier, vulnerable crit damage multiplier. So we have, like, all the mixes, right? Crit, vuln, shadow damage multiplier as well. Kind of have it all. I do a lot of crit. And we could always swap out the one aspect here for the critical aspect to just see if that would actually lead to more damage, because right now we need to crit. Crit is our main damage. So there's the aspect of Calamity that would give us more crit chance for each stack of hacks, and you can have 4 stacks of hacks, right? So that would be one of the best stackers that you could go for. And by the way, let's just see for the shits and giggles how much different the damage is here. So Torment 10 Mephisto is obviously a joke. Torment 11 Mephisto would be simple as well, I assume. PoE 2 style stash. Oh, we should, like, that we don't have a PoE 2 style stash is, like, absolute laughable. The Lunatic build can hit for trillions. So that's the highest number we've seen there.
To think you all started here. Born of light and of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
See like how easy he melts from this. Like the difference between Torment 12 and the Torment 11 is staggering, right? It's such a child's play. Mm-hmm.
So be it. You want the truth of what I am.
What is wrong at 5k crit? It's not a real 5k crit. Okay, it's a lie. Oh, I get hit like a virgin. 9k. It's like we just like this is like in Torment 11. It's just a joke, right? So one thing I think we learned just now is, and I have noticed this, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you press the recast button of the Profane Sentinel, I think it does reset the scaling of the Profane Sentinel. So you pretty much have to press the button once and then let it rip, right? Because it just orientates itself automatically. You don't need to press it. But it kind of explains why the damage wasn't growing. So every single time you press the recast, or if you actually use the summon travel thingy, that resets the scaling. And it makes sense. Sadly, it makes sense.
Wake up.
What second affix should we be chasing on Emulate with Attunement? For which build? Okay, here. We activate everything, right? We do this. We put our Sentinel down again. And we just let it rip. The best part here, look, I'm just standing and he's just ripping into him, right? A little Sentinel doing his due diligence. And we win. Okay, so Torment 11 is also easy, but we still have to do that step up to Torment 12, right? Where do you post your builds? On Mobalytics. Mobalytics. Is this a bug, all that damage? No, this damage is not a bug. This is like doing what, like, this is like playing the game. Right? So let's test this recast thingy. Chat, if the recast is truly the problem. Okay. So we're just having so many multipliers, Drew, that things just go crazy. The whole shtick. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit him. Bust dummy. Summon everything. We know which numbers is the Sentinel because it's the highest. And we're gonna summon him. Okay, now let's watch. So he shoots. That's 3 trillion, then 4 trillion, right? 5 trillion. 7 trillion. It just gets more and more and more. Okay, now we're gonna have him like be done with this. And now we're gonna just recast it multiple times over and over and over again, right? We're gonna wait for our demon form to be there because we need, well, actually it doesn't matter. So we got a 2 trillion hit. Now I'm gonna recast him, right? And the damage never goes over the 2 trillion. So it kind of like stays there, right? So there's 3, but yeah. So spamming the button is bad. Huh. Big Bear. Name of the Prime Gaming subscription. Big Bear, good to see you there. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Table. Pleasure to have you with us. Have you tried out Portal so you're immune? So I personally absolutely don't like any of these skills with the boots because they just feel weird. Okay, so I know that playing Gloomwalker is probably the smarter choice because it just makes sense to play Gloomwalker that way, right? But I just don't like how it feels, right? Considering though that we're boss fighting, maybe Gloomwalker might be smarter. Thing again is I don't like this like being stuck here in this one. It makes the whole skill feel so weird, but considering that we're just trying to stay alive and nothing else, maybe it would be smarter.
You all started here, born of light and hatred. And to hatred, you shall...
Addison, good to see you there. Wonderful, good greetings. So let's just let him rip now. Or our Gloomwalker to stay with us. So here we need to stay alive, right? So now I'm intentionally not pressing that recast button, okay? I'm like really trying to stay away from it. Just to have him like grow as much as possible. And I kind of feel like it's working better. Definitely. Right? I mean, this does look like more damage to me. So yeah, for example, for this phase here, I can see where having like this boot skill here is better, because I'll just go in and then I come out and then we're just safe. So I totally get it, right? In that case, you have this exact build somewhere? No, Drew, I don't have this exact build somewhere. We just put this together this morning. I was just like, maybe this could work. And we went from, so we started with 500 million, then we went for 5 billion, then we went for 100 billion, 1 trillion, and now we're at 10 trillion. So this was like today's stream was, I didn't play a single hour of actual Diablo. I didn't make any progress, right? We just try to build, which is my problem right now. I'm not making meaningful progress on my characters because I just do stupid shit like this. Okay, Shadow Form, Sigil, Thingy, summon my 3 tiny demons, right? Then slam down the Sentinel, let it rip, don't recast the Sentinel. Just watch him do his thing. Don't forget to put down the Sigil. Watch him be an absolute menace. Go into Shadow Form, come back out, summon Sentinel again, right? With maximum multiplier. Oh, we're actually skipping a second. Oh, ha ha ha, doesn't get me hit. Okay, so I can see, like, for the boss fighting build, this is definitely the better choice. So I resigned my statement of this not being useful and me being an idiot. Okay? Is that fine with everyone? I mean, now, like, having Gloomwalker just made this like a child's play. Right, he could do whatever he wants. I'm just gonna be like, well, whatever, Mephisto. Whatever, Brother Bear. Oh, I just reset my Sentinel accidentally. That wasn't too smart. Sentinel? Are you not shooting him? Is he too far away? No, was he too far away? My Sentinel wasn't shooting him because it was too far away.
So much effort spent.
You know about barbs to spin around? This is no comparison to barbs. This is for people that are playing this is for people that are playing Warlock and want to play Warlock, right?
Wake up.
Thing is, you don't even have to do this on Torment 12, right? Just if you want to kill Torment 10 Mephisto, he's just gonna die. Haha. Your hands can't hand me. 5 trillion hit? 5 trillion? Oh no! Come on, I was not paying attention. But I think we, like, even without the new items, we kind of have this, right? This build is only for bosses, Noam. It's not a problem. This build is only for bosses. There's no reason to play this build for anything else but bosses, okay? Only bosses. Nothing else. You know what we could do? I would really like to have a two-handed weapon. Problem is this one has the... Could I reroll the fist damage multiplier into... Shadow damage multiplier, potentially. Just for the shits and giggles, chat. I know it's not the smartest thing to do right now. But that's not the point.
Ancients watch over this one.
Maybe that has greater affix. Howdy, Katie. Good morning. You play Warlock, you must really love this class. We played Druid just yesterday, 2 days ago. But I just, this morning I woke up and I was like, this is a great plan. Let's do this. So we're gonna like try this build here. Okay, come on, give me the greater affix. I need this in greater affix. Don't you burn through my scrolls. So I want to just see, like, Grandfather's a great weapon, right? Don't get me wrong. But Grandfather's also fairly limited in what it does, to a degree. So let's see. Let's keep masterworking this one. Because I need this to hit the crit strike damage multiplier. Oh, this one wasn't even fully masterworked? Since when? Yeah? This is a critical strike damage multiplier of 100%, right? And we can actually play an aspect on it, right? Not only can we play an aspect on it, we could also transfigure it now to hopefully get like something really cool on it. Because my grandfather sadly got indestructible and cooldown reduction. Before we transfigure it, what aspect should we play on it? Now is the question, do we play the elite damage aspect on it, Chad? So do we do the overwhelming for actual... You know, this would be 236% bonus damage against elites. And since we're only use it for bosses, it should work. That means we have the Hex here for the crit. We have the Hellbound Commander bugged out. Fine. Works again. And this one can have Abyss. If Chili's works against bosses, yeah.
May you find your way back.
Let's see how that feels now. That actually does lead to more than the... I mean, I'd like to Shamabo Bambo this, but I can't right now. Okay, we get him out. Let's see how the damage is now. Oh, I forgot to put the crit chance on my item. It should be fine. Wow. Wow. Okay, damage similar. But he's attacking faster because we get that 13% bonus attack speed on him. Chad. Yeah, he went, right? Why would you go into the... You're missing the helmet. You don't have the Cage of Madness. Without the Cage of Madness, you don't go into special form. Sometimes I feel like he's not beaming. You know, like you're waiting for him to start beaming and he seems like a bit stuck. I'm out. 5, 6, 8. Honestly, that bonus attack speed is right now cooking. I did not expect this to be such a differentiator, but it is, Chad. So what were we doing? So our weapon has 18%. No, it has the crit damage, not the attack speed. But it feels like he's attacking so much faster. That's weird. I'll probably have to try out the attack speed once in a while. It feels like we're destroying him like so much quicker than the other times right now. Right? One problem we're missing right now, though, is with not using the Grandfather. So this is 30,000 life, and Grandfather gives you 8,000 life. So we're missing out like on 4,000 life. 4,000 life is a 4% damage multiplier. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it is meaningful, Chan. Yeah, the damage is way better. Now my problem is I'm not actually paying attention to the fight. I'm just looking at the damage my Sentinel is dealing. I know, I'm sorry, chat, but I like, it's benchmark purposes. I need to see how much damage my dude is doing. Can't just look at the fight, right? I need to stare at my Sentinel and how much pew pew he does. Because if I don't stare at my Sentinel and how much pew pew he does, how is he then going to pew pew? I guess even dealing damage if we're not staring at him, right? Right? Surely he's not. Surely. Does minion attack speed work on Sentinel? Attack speed should work on Sentinel because he's a summon. And summons do get what you have. Ergo, since he also gets your crit chance, yes, the Sentinel should get faster attacking with attack speed. Which means that an attack speed temper is not the worst idea. However, the Sentinel generally attacks slow, so yeah. Yeah, let's see. 4 trillion. Oh, really? I just face planted into that one? So we currently have attack speed wise, we're sitting at 11.5. So we have attack speed for my gloves, and that's actually it, right? Now you'd say, Pony, why don't we have just more crit chance? We are actually substituting for awful crit chance with an aspect. Right? We kind of like cheese 100% crit chance. Which is required for this build to really do the most damage. Because if you're not having like 100% crit chance, how's your Sentinel then going to be an absolute demon? Right? Ah ha ha, you didn't hit me. Because I'm invincible. Invisible? Invincible? Same. So I'm waiting for my Sentinel to now laser him, but it seems like my Sentinel does not want to laser him, which is like weird. I'm going to summon it new. It feels like if I summon the Sentinel, but in the moment where I summon the Sentinel, he's not available for hitting. Okay, so he's like in his invulnerability phase. And my Sentinel does not seem to actually hit him. Right, see now I summoned the Sentinel, and he doesn't have a target now. Let's wait for him to actually come out of this phase. No, now he just instantly beamed him, right? Make it make sense. Weird at times. You deal damage if you're not staring, but it will kill you if you don't look. Exactly, Katie. You have to stare at it. Good, at least I'm crazy, and he's also attacking if I summon him before. That makes it definitely better. Whee! Oh, my dude wasn't maximum damage tier. It's actually sad. This is like a low damage sentinel chat. Why? Because we didn't have our overpower stacks. So I'm saying like that 4 trillion sentinel is obviously the low damage sentinel, right? Aha! You're trying to hit me, but no one hits me. Apart from the moment where you hit me because I just keep running into your shit, right? Oh. Professional evader, ladies and gentlemen. Hehehe. So watches the damage go up. Come on, Sentinel, do it. Do it faster. Give me the big numbers. I know you can do it. Scale. Scale harder. Scale more. Another one of these. Oh, shit. You just went away. Unlucky timing. No, I didn't see it because I was looking at his life. I want to get to the 3rd phase because I just want to, like, see that. But I should probably also just make the build stronger so we can just poop on him, right? I think if we put in, like, another hour of grind where we just try to get better items, right? Or we're going to end up, like, at the double-digit trillion standard. Because right now we're not standard double-digit trillion, right? Where we're doing some digit trillions here. We need that standard, right? The normal hit needs to be that. Or sadness. I wonder if we could do more damage if we would have the Eye of Terror as our amulet, perfectly rolled with like multipliers and everything, together with the Overpower. Because so currently we're not playing the Eye of Terror despite having like shadow stacks, right? We're focusing on the Overpower. But I wonder if we could have both potentially. Oh, you get staggered, laser beamed. Your thoughts on the PoE2 update? Oh, I am very, very, very much excited for it. What's a good starter right now for Warlock? The Lunatic build. With the Lunatic build, you pretty much don't even need the helmet. You just go basic skill spam, Lunatics out, Mega Lunatics, and you scale them up, and you're just going to be Demonic Demon. Right? Whee! So this is the first build I killed Uber Lilith with, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on Torment 12. So none of my other builds have done that because my other builds actually need to fight her. So that was a problem. You need to actually fight your opponents. Oh my lord. It's like when I get strafed by one, the other one just takes me out right away despite having like a lot of life, right? You know, if my items from 1-2 years ago are still there. Your items from 1-2 years ago are absolutely still there. They're just trash. So the problem is that the game has gone through so many iterations at this point that all the stuff that you own is now legacy items, and they're terrible. Which is not completely true. It could actually be that due to an item being a legacy item, it might be better than the same item on life right now. Yes, that alternative exists as well. It's just very far and few in between. There are some uniques that are now better if you get the old version of it. Which is actually funny. Especially during the Masterwork era, because Masterwork items, like old Masterwork system, were quite nutty. So there's a very distant world. See that? Now he doesn't beam right now. Right, he was just standing there, staring in the abyss, not being useful at all. And I don't get my scaling from you, good sir. Bosses are shit. Blizzard keeps thinking one hit is difficult. Well, you can avoid one hits to a certain degree, and most of the one hits are very easily scripted, right? So I do believe that I'm fine with the one hits on pinnacle bosses. I mean, they're pinnacle bosses for a reason. You always have the option to make yourself an immortal build. I know, cheesy, but you always have the option. Let's not pretend let's not pretend it doesn't exist, right? I think the biggest problem is just that. Oh, look at this bug. It's a super funny bug because you can now walk into the arena, and like you can't actually, right? You just here below him. You're now below him officially, chat. So yeah, you have the option to do way less damage and get way more tanky, which is absolutely possible, right? Okay, so the weapon worked great. I'm rather surprised how much damage that weapon gave us as well. I'm not sure if the grandfather was slightly better, right? We should consider... I would like to see what happens if I do put the... Like, because damage to elites sometimes doesn't apply to bosses, but I think it should apply to bosses because otherwise we wouldn't have the damage. However, we can actually test that very easily. By putting the hellbend over here. Not the hellbend, the crushing, for example. Crushing in this case will work as well, right? Not Varshan, Belial. Can boss trophies drop mythics? Haven't heard of it. Don't also know. So who drops the Eye of Terror again? Terror. Rictus of Terror. Night Terror. Night Terror is dropped by Endariel. And we could try to get the perfect Night Terror from Endariel. Chad? So now with the missing aspect, we're doing less damage. With the lower rolled version of the aspect, we're doing less damage, right? So that's just like not as much as we would do. And now let's loot him. Okay. Let's do Endariel. Then we're gonna go back. Okay. And we're gonna do him again, but this time with the 240% aspect. Okay, chat? Just so, because elites used to say in the old version of Diablo, it was like either it says elites or bosses, or it's just elites, right? Which is kind of like weird. But they changed it at some point from like elites and bosses to more different. So now we get that one. Huro, thank you very much for your Prime subscription and support. Huro, very good to see you there, partner. Okay, we could do this, that, summon the demons, get everything out, right? My 8 overpower stacks, summon my friend here. Like, that's instantly a higher beam already. That's 7 billion hit. And yeah, so I guess, like, the aspect works, right, Chad? That seemed reasonably like 100% bonus damage to me. Or I'm crazy stinky pooper. Oscar, you need to go to the Crimson Desert for the final cleansing of Sanctums. So this one has a shadow damage multiplier, for example. That's not bad. This one has vuln damage multiplier. We get all damage multiplier. We get critical hit chance and critical hit chance plus shadow damage multiplier. So let's assume we would just take this one here right now, correct? It gives me 8% more damage per shadow stack, which will lose me 105% damage here and the critical strike damage and the critical strike damage multiplier. Can you see why this amulet would be worse? Because even if I have 12 stacks of shadow form, right? 12 stacks of shadow form is 12 times 8% more damage, or even 9% more damage. That's a good multiplier than with the shadow damage. But we're essentially losing so much on the top, right? I just can't see how they'll ever turn out better. How the overpower stacks are just overperforming. Now, one thing that you got to keep in mind, though, is that the Night Terror is double in shadow form. So it's instead of 8, it's 16. But even then, so we get with like 16 times 12, right? So we're sitting at 192%. That is 92% more efficient than the Hellbound Commander Amulet. But it is also missing the crit damage multiplier again. So unless we get one with a crit damage multiplier, I just can't see it being more damage. Now, what we can do is we can just try it out, right? Again, we are just going to temper the critical strike damage on it. Thank you. That was quick. Then we're gonna upgrade it. And try to hit the shadow damage multiplier. Yep, thank you very much. Put it up here. We're gonna have to re-roll the aspect to be maximum, right? I mean, this is gonna be 9% or a bust. I'm probably just gonna get stuck now re-rolling this forever and never gonna see 9%, right? 8.4. Okay, 8.4. 8.4. I'm fine. It's okay. 8.4 is fine. It's totally fine. Okay, then we can transfigure this and try to get the shadow form thingies on it again. You gain overpower for each wrath you gain while at maximum wrath. That's actually perfect because now I can change my boot aspect over to shadow. Okay, you're back. Doorbell. Okay. Are you winning, son? Surprisingly, yes, we are winning. So, Shadow. And then on the boots, we can put Aspect of Deeper Shadow. Okay. Which gave us the 6 more. And now we should technically have the best of both worlds. Okay. So now technically, when I go into demon form, and then we get our stacks of overpower, and then I summon him. Oh, we need to try this against. So that should technically lead to higher values. Is it possible to farm lair bosses in a party? No. And yes. For every team member in the party, a lair boss will drop 1 bonus item. At least that's how it used to be. Now I don't know if that's still how it is. So the amulet swap reduced our crit damage multiplier, and this is why the crit damage multiplier is stupid. So this is 2.9 thousand, right? If I now equip this one, I'm actually going to go from 2.9 thousand all the way up to more. But that more is kind of like a fake big number. Huh? I was totally not getting hit by that. Sapara, Tybalt's Will plus the basic attack cap over Rage Dominance should be a fun combo. It works, but it's not as efficient as you would think it is. Okay, we're gonna wait for 4 overpower stacks. That's important. So the dude is maximum charged. So if this combo would be now more damage, we should be seeing more powerful hits and not less powerful hits, right? As soon as I now go demon form and then summon him the final time, and we should see a constant stream of 10 trillion hits, technically. Not really, right? Oh. He's doing good, but it's not more, right, ladies and gentlemen? Anyway, to see your build, there's no planner for this up yet. I still want to try out a few more things to see if we can get the damage even higher. Right? I mean, obviously, there's always ways to juice stuff. But I need to try out some few more combinations. I mean, it has already been enough to kill Lilith. So checkmate, ladies and gentlemen. Uber Lilith has been lasered. But I really wanted to kill Torment 12 Mephisto with this, right? Like a mere Lilith kill just doesn't have me happy. The problem with the Shadow Stick is that you're not always in Shadow Demon form, right? Probably the biggest downside. There's a 10 trillion hit. Ladies and gentlemen, that actually hit. Okay, I need to summon him while we're... I would assume that he snapshots on what you are in the moment where you summon him, chat. So even if I lose my Shadow form, right? If the moment where I summon him, I'm in Shadow form, I would assume that I get the maximum bonus, right? slightly better gear. I mean, better greater affixes, better greater everything, Mr. Cole, is definitely what you just need there. I mean, end of the day, I'm trying, like, I'm being impatient because I have streamed now for 5 hours, and in these 5 hours, instead of actually farming better gear, we have used the shoddy gear I have to try to brute force something just to see if it works, right? So instead of just sitting down now and trying to farm this build out, which we should have done, right? We're just sitting here brute forcing shit for the shits and giggles. Oh, come on now. That should have not booped me. I kind of feel like we're doing more damage now. Let's do one thing quickly because I want to see against Lilith. Because against Lilith we can see more damage cap, right? Because we actually can fight her while he just goes around. Easiest way would be turning off numbers and focusing on the fight. Yes. That's true. So lessons learned, next time we're doing an experiment like this, chat, we farm a bit more, okay? My overpower stacks. Activate my demon form. And my gazer, dude, he's just 11 trillion. 14 trillion. Hey, brother. Okay. That was definitely more damage than before. You can tell me what you want. Yes. Another 10 trillion head. Last time we didn't actually have this phase a single time. Oh, what hit me? Yeah, so I would assume the amulet does work better. If I now get one with a crit damage multiplier, that would be insane, right? Huh. The best part is, right now this is working rather inefficient. And you know why? Because it shows 27 out of 15 for the Overwrath. This will get fixed with the next patch. Okay. I am really happy now with that last final adjustment. I mean, now it's just a question to get the perfect amulet, right? I'd have to kill Lilith so many times. And that would just be good. I mean, look at the beams just going 10 trillion. And that's crazy. That's really my FK boss farm build, huh? Turn Paragon levels is enough for this one? Yes. Also, you don't have to do this on Torment 12, right? I mean, you could just Torment 11, absolutely obliterate bosses. I just do this on Torment 12. Is my dude not lasering her? Oh. My dude is not shooting her? Not hitting her? No, I know what happened there. Overpower stacks not overpowering. No, due to her flying around, we didn't have overpower stacks. Because right now, it's just not doing the damage it should do, which is kind of intriguing. Right? As if it's like, see, like now it's working again. Whatever happened there, buck in the Matrix, Chad. Right? That was so weak. So weird. Huh. Interesting. Sans, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Greetings. You just skipped the first phase? Yes. I just skipped the first phase. Okay, beautiful. So the build works. Everything is in our favor. We just need to farm better pieces of equipment to make it even better. And we need probably like an even better weapon with like a higher weapon damage roll, something in this direction. All in all, very happy with the outcome of this so far. Definitely will see that I push things further, that I can then give you the full build rundown. I'll play a bit more tonight after my child's birthday party is over, but first it's my child's birthday party. That's where we have to end the stream now. So I hope you did enjoy the try of creating the Profane Sentinel Warlock just for boss killing. Okay. Beautiful. Really enjoyed it. Gonna have to tinker a bit more with it. Gonna play a bit more around. And then we'll see what we can do. Okay. Thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hopefully enjoying. I'll see you all tomorrow again. Same time, same place. Until then, take care and do everything I would do.